Jesus tæt på, hold det flinder, og næst blå, hvis jeg bedst på. Og just ned til du bra, har jeg ven, i livet på, jeg vil slå. Just med glad i blod. Just tæt på mit par, lille på. Jesus tæt på, hold det flinder, og næst blå, hvis jeg bedst på. Og just ned til du bra, har jeg ven, i livet på, jeg vil slå. Just med glad i blod.
I'm on the cell phone, holding my dick bump. I'm just trying to phone wrong, Caesar gon' get some. I'm on the cell phone, holding my dick bump. I'm on that cell phone. Yeah, I'm on the cell phone, holding my dick bone. I'm just trying to phone Rome, Caesar gon' get some. They call me Lil Man, Lil Dick, itty bitty meat stick. My Vienna sausage dumb soft, I can't even nut quick. These rounds go hard though, like hot piss cold snow. You ain't even know, my dick can't get hard though. You Viagra assholes, popping pills to get by while I'm slapping at my dick, and I'm wondering why. My dick don't work, my dick don't work, my dick don't work. Hey, my dick don't work, my dick don't work, my dick don't work. Yeah, I'm on the cell phone, holding my dick bone. I'm on the cell phone, I'm on the cell phone. My dick don't work, my dick don't work, my dick don't work. Hey, my dick don't work, my dick don't work, my dick don't work. Yeah, I'm on the cell phone, holding my dick bone. I'm just trying to phone wrong, she's a gon' get some.
Ow, 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 ow. Hi. It's me.
I just be fucked up in the crib. Fucked up in the crib, sippin' Dr. Perky, fucked up in the crib, eating okie dokie, fucked up in the crib, sippin' Dr. Bob, fucked up in the crib, eating cat cons, fucked up in the crib, playing wee, fucked up in the crib, eating cream betweens, fucked up in the crib, and I'm playing fucked up in the crib, going dumb, fucked up in the crib, eating Doritos, fucked up in the crib, using bimbos, fucked up in the crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, and I'm sipping nice, fucked up in the crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, sipping John's Avenue, fucked up in the crib, sipping hella Red Bull, fucked up in the crib, eating toaster, fucked up in the crib, playing phony, fucked up in the crib, eating tutti fruities, fucked up in the crib, eating solar flakes, fucked up in the crib, rocking USPA, fucked up in the crib, eating crisp crunch, crib, playing polystation, fucked up in the crib, rocking Dolce and banana, fucked up in the crib, eating hamburger, fucked up in the crib, watching Jake and Josh, fucked up in the crib, sipping Mountain Frost, fucked up in the crib, eating cheddar cheese, guppies, fucked up in the crib, rocking Calvin Klein and Gucci.
Thank you.
I just be fucked up in the crib.
What? Why did it play twice?
Fucked up in the crib, sippin' Dr. Perky, fucked up in the crib, eating okie dokie, fucked up in the crib, sippin' Dr. Bob, fucked up in the crib, eating cat cons, fucked up in the crib, playing wee, fucked up in the crib, eating cream betweens, fucked up in the crib,
Why did it play twice?
fucked up in the crib, going dumb, fucked up in the crib, eating Doritos, fucked up in the crib, using bimbos, fucked up in the crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, and I'm sipping nice, fucked up in the crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, sipping John's Avenue, fucked up in the crib, sipping hella Red Bull, fucked up in the crib, eating toast, fucked up in the crib, playing phony, fucked up in the crib, eating tutti fruities, fucked up in the crib, eating solar flakes, fucked up in the crib, rocking USPA, fucked up in the crib, eating crisp crunch, crib, playing polystation.
I don't know what's playing twice. I'm trying to figure out why.
Fucked up in the crib, eating hamburger, fucked up in the crib, watching Jake and Josh, fucked up in the crib, sipping Mountain Frost, fucked up in the crib, eating cheddar cheese, guppies, fucked up in the crib, rocking Calvin Klein and Gucci.
Anyway, thank you for that, Stag. Thank you. Hi.
I just be fucked up in the crib.
Thanks.
Fucked up in the crib, sipping
Why is it so big? I can't figure out what alert that is that's so big. I think it's this one.
Fucked up in the crib, playing wee, fucked up in the crib, eating cream betweens, fucked up in the crib, and I'm playing fucked up in the crib, going dumb, fucked up in the crib, eating Doritos, fucked up in the crib, using bimbos, fucked up in the crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, and I'm sipping nice, fucked up nice crib, eating crispy rice, fucked up in the crib, sipping John's Avenue, fucked up in the crib, sipping hella Red Bull, fucked up in the crib, eating toaster, fucked up in the crib, playing phony, fucked up in the crib, eating tutti fruities, fucked up in the crib, eating solar flakes, fucked up in the crib, rocking USPA, fucked up in the crib, eating crisp crunch, crib, playing polystation, fucked up in the crib, rocking Dolce and banana, fucked up in the crib, eating hamburger, fucked up in the crib, watching Jake and Josh, fucked up in the crib, sipping Mountain Frost, fucked up in the crib, eating cheddar cheese, guppies, fucked up in the crib, rocking Calvin Klein and Gucci.
Can I speak? Am I allowed to speak? No, you don't have to apologize. It was funny. I'm just not used. I like my alerts do not have like cooldowns on them because I'm not used to people using them. But yes, today we are rigging. It's been a while since I've done rigging on stream. This model belongs to Neo Chiaki. I have done the head so far. I kind of want to fix this up. I'm not like happy with the pure up. I feel like it looks weird. But yeah. Oh, let me turn the music back on. Do this. There we go. But yeah, I couldn't resist doing the Labor Day joke, so I was like, oh, let me rig on stream for once. That's the whole point of the stream. I just wanted to make the giving birth joke. That's it. But one thing I will say is that I finally, I don't know if I sound different at all, but I finally got a mic arm. So hopefully my sound will be less resistant to, or will be more resistant to like shifts in my chair. Like if you can hear me shifting in my chair, or like when I type, my mic would like pick up all those sounds. So hopefully it sounds a little bit better. Seems like the source in OBS Cover said, yeah, I know what happened. It's basically, for some reason, I don't know how it happened, but my like output source got set to output at 4K. So then all of my sources got really small. So then but I didn't know that's what happened. So then I made everything big so it fit in the screen again. And then I found out that it was outputting at 4K. So then I put it back to 2080. And so then everything was huge. So then basically a lot of my alerts and stuff might still be set at that like huge 4K size. So I think that's what happened with that one. Today and only today are you allowed to give birth in a Discord. I'm allowed to give birth in every Discord for every day because I am God's favorite little jester. I'm allowed to do it as long as no one stops me. Are you ready for the Saturday? Yes. Well, we'll see. I will say, this might be a little bit TMI, but I will say it. So far, every single debut that I've done, I have been hit with anxiety diarrhea like 20 minutes before the stream. And I'm hoping that this one will break the curse. I will see. Literally every single time, I'm like, I'm nervous. So I'm hoping this one will break this stream. But for people who don't know, this Saturday I will be debuting my new 3D model. I'm also going to be releasing new overlays and new graphical stuff, new transitions, new just stuff. Note to self, if Kaja ever joins a Discord, I'm modding our own, bring lots of towels. And hot water. And epidurals. Let me see if I can't tweak this just a bit. Damn, bring your own hot water. This is so fucked and toxic. I think one of the things with this is that there's no shading on the head. So my brain wants to like put a shadow here so you can tell that the head is going up. But I think I need to like bring it down a bit. I think if I squanch this a bit. Free water for days, but I draw the line at hot water. shaking my head. J-Bar, what do you have against pregnant women? I don't know. I think this is kind of toxic. Can we talk about this? Huh? Why did music stop? Oh, you could still hear it. Why can't I hear it? Is it my headphones? Because I do have new headphones. Oops. No, that's not what I want to do. I think my headphones might have just died. Let me try switching back to my old headphones. The problem is that I have new headphones, but my old ones still technically work, but they're only playing through one ear. So I'm like preparing for their inevitable death. But I'm still like learning how to use my new ones because they're Bluetooth and I don't know how to use wireless headphones because I don't use them often. How much for surgery? A disgusting old penny you found on the sidewalk. I charge no money. I do this because I love it. There's this post on Tumblr that is so funny that it's literally like my name's Dr. Practice, first name Mal, and then it's like, hello Dr. Practice. Can you tell me what's wrong with my son? And he's like, he needs surgery on all of his bones. It's like, well, you're the expert. How much do you charge? And it was like, I accept no payment. I do this because I love it. That's me. That's literally me. Just like, I'll do anything as long as it's funny enough. That is also my mantra when it comes to shipping, because I'm not a huge shipper, like for fictional characters. But my thing is that, like, I will ship something if it makes me laugh. If the prospect of these two people being in a relationship is comical to me, then I will ship it. I think it's a little better. But I want to get on to the body angles today. Oh yeah, they also can blink. I did the eyes, so that works. And yep, eye smile, they can look around. So I did most of the head stuff already. I didn't do the brows yet, but I did do the mouth. So this model already has a good bit of stuff done. Shipping for the lulz, interesting. Yeah, I'm just like, if the dynamic makes me laugh, then I will ship it. Let me see something. Okay. Can I get all of these bitches in a folder? That is one thing that I will say about Live 2D artists. Use folders. They're really helpful. Please. Oh, that is something that I should tell Jelly, because they literally did ask me like, hey, you know, let me know if there's anything that I could improve for next time. I'm like, that's something that I should tell them. I should tell them, put your stuff in folders, because being able to turn stuff off and on is really useful. Belts. Looks a list of a bunch of layers with randomize. Here's the thing. That works for illustrations. I do that too. Like, I'm not going to get on your case about that. But when you are doing something that has over 100 layers, you know, good organization goes a long way. Of course, it depends, because I do think I am, comparison to some other rig artists, I am like very, very neat. I like having everything where I want it. And I know that's not how everyone does it. What is, like, for the most part, as long as the stuff is, the layers are labeled, I'm like fine. If you send me a PSD and the layers are just layer 172, layer 14, layer 83, I may do things. I know a rigger that doesn't really name her Live 2D layers. I'm like, huh? I will say, if you are the artist, sometimes you can like kind of cut some corners. If you know that you're not going to hand this to anyone else but yourself, then sometimes you can just kind of get away with being a little lazy with stuff. Because like for me, for full models, I will always label stuff, because I just like having my stuff organized. Like, all my files are in folders and stuff. This is just how I am. But if I'm doing like something quick, like I'm animating an emote, or I'm like doing like a mascot model, like Coil in the corner, and there's only like 20 to 40 layers, I might cut some corners when I know it's not going to take me that long. But if I'm making a full body model and I'm dealing with over 100 layers, I will be labeling those. What was I doing? I was hiding this. I wanted to hide this. And then where's this? Where's this layer? This is add undershade. Why did I lock this? I want to clip you to the neck and the torso. And probably the top arms too. Yes, okay. Dear past self, why'd I do this? It's like that sometimes. Sometimes you are not kind to yourself in the future. Okay. Oh, lunch here. Is there any particular reason why they didn't merge these layers? Like, I can work with it. I'm just wondering if there's like a reason. Torso triangle. Oh, I see. The hole is attached to the torso. Okay, I see. I don't think I like this. I think I will be changing this. No, I don't want it. No, I don't want the mesh to go like that. Let me do it like this. It's so funny because like I like rigging more than doing the model art. So I like it when I get rigging only commissions, but I'm also like super specific and neurotic, so I'm like, they didn't do it to my exact specifications that no one knows but me because they're in my head. Why is... It's like, it's nothing that I need to send it back for, but I'm going to have to do a bit of Life 2P magic. Dude, so the whole, I believe Neo's pronouns are they, them. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. And just gonna erase all of this. And just have the triangle. Like so. Okay. I wasn't sure. Go off, you good. And then this copy. I want... Wait, where's the skin coming from? Oh! Okay, so they do have a separate layer, but the hole is still in the torso. Okay. Boobs is here. Okay. Torso. So I don't need a copy of this. I just need to do something awful to their body. This hurts me. Oh no. Oh, There's some remnants of the lines here, so I'm not sure I can do the thing that I had to double check, because otherwise I was about to rethink all the times I talked to him. No, that was on me. Part. Okay. What if I do this? Nope, this part has lines on it too. This whole thing has lines. And that's not gonna help. I need to like hide this other stuff. There it is. Yee. And where's boobs? There. Hide boobs. This is the problem. There's this line here. Okay, here's what we can do. Do this. Do this. And let it be known, I'm not like going through all these loops to avoid having to redraw this part just because I don't want to like send this back to Jelly. I would do this with my own art because I don't know why. Sometimes I just like the challenge of finagling stuff. And this. Do this. Do this. And shrink you. Okay. And then lines. This, okay. It's gonna be a little, it's gonna be tricky. Okay, I think I know what I could do. I could do this. Coming through the neck. And I do this. Okay. I'm just going to sneakily sneak around the chest hole. And put a couple here. Oh, this mess is really messy, but it should be okay, because I don't think I have to deform it that much. Okay. See, now, there you go. I have separated the triangle from, and then you have the lines here. Perfect. Okay, now these, but they're not going to, I think it'll still be fine. Okay. Torso XY. Then I'm going to increase this to sorry. I just need to fix something real quick. Hi Sasquatch. Okay, body angles. Should probably also do this. I don't need to do it exact because I'm gonna have to. Because I'm gonna move the legs. I'm just visualizing in my head how I want this model to move. What do I want the legs to do? I might want the legs to slide out. That might be fun. Like this leg goes mwah when they lean over there. Oh. The belly button is not part of the torso rotation. There we go. There's a lot of leg parts here. Let me see if I can't. Can I just grab everything? Oh, let me lock this now. Close. I'll start with that. Lower body, easy. And then I do what is in here? Belt, crotch in the back. Lower body C. Okay, that's almost everything. This and was it this? I think it was this. Yes, this is not. Oh, both of them actually. Okay, both of them go here. Also, these need to be clipped. And this. Why is it still going over to the other leg? Question mark? Oh, that's working. And then where's the base? Base here. This base goes here. Oh, it's the colors. I see, I see, I see. Okay. So I do this. No, that won't work. What if I do? Oh my gosh. If freaking Live2D added nested clipping, that would save my life forever and ever. Because basically the problem that I'm facing is that the color on these pants is like separate pieces to give like a holographic effect. So they are clipped to the lines, which is like defining where they are, but the lines need to be clipped to the leg so that they don't come out of the colors don't come out of the outline of the leg. So it's the colors are sticking to the outline of the lines, but they're not sticking to the outline of the leg, because even though the line is clipped to the leg, the colors aren't clipped to the leg, and that is what's causing the issue. That's sort of what I use glue for. I use glue for very, very limited things because it still kind of scares me. So I think for right now, I'm just going to do the thing that I shouldn't do and just squish this up. I should get better at glue. I can use it a little bit, but like when I try to use it for like more complex stuffs, then it doesn't work the way that I want it to, and then I get confused. Okay. I will hydrate, thank you. Oh. Sorry, I turned your pants into 5 million mosquitoes. Hope you will forgive me. This is going to drive me insane. 1 second. Where are you? You. This here. This here. I need you to not do that. There you go. Smile. Meow. Now I bring it in just a little bit, just to cover that. Or, maybe I will do it, but I'll just make it so that it's not as much. Because I see why they did that, but it's also kind of causing me. So maybe I'll just do it like up to here. Hi, squid. Maybe like this. And then do like this. Okay, I think that's working better. I don't know if they really want to like, because I could like make their hit pop out more, but I don't know if that's the movement that they want. So I think what I want to do is I want the lake. Why did you not reflect? I told you to reflect. Oh, I know why. You also need to reflect. There you go. So I think I want to move slide the lake in the direction that they're leaning, but I'm not sure how much. I'll put like a little, I think. That's like looking too bendy. But then that's looking like it's not moving at all. Okay, how about this? Okay. Let's work with that. And then I'm going to take sorry, it's just like one of those things. It's just like, I totally understand why you did this, but my particularities. They are killing me. What if I just deselect? What does this look like? Okay, that's most of what I want. This is like L. And I don't want to put it in the belt. Okay, now shoes were the only part that didn't really get caught like I wanted to. Yes, put you in, like... Okay. Put you also in, like... Okay, I think that's all that I need. So, and leg. Let's see. Not that much, just a little. Like, yes. Oh, I need the belt to not be included. That's not what I wanted. There we go. First, I want you to be someplace else. I want you to be like this. Okay, that's not bad, at least to start off with. I will be adding more. Excuse me. Thank you. Ooh, that actually grabbed perfectly. That's everything that I needed. Yippee! Oh, I need you to go to the other. No, I don't want. Don't do that. Stop doing that. That's not what I told you to do. Stop it. Now go here. Okay. Oh, the belly button. Wee wee wee. Let me do something about that. There you go. Nice and anchored to their body. I will have to get that manually because I can't get it to... Oh, you know what? This... Is it not under... It is under the line. So why is it... Oh, it's because... No, because these are under the line too. Oh, no, that makes sense because it's because this one is... No, that's not what it was. Then what? Oh. There we go. They're like... Shirt is... Well, no, I guess that makes sense because that is what happens when you lean over. The shirt does kind of... Shirt pulls up a little. Why is... Hi, Jelly! I need... Let's see... Hands, anti arms. Yeah, I haven't added all that much since the last time you saw. I am working on the body now. Gonna do this real quick. Going to make their shoulders go up when they lean just a little bit. We got an ad coming up. Unfortunately, that might be a little bit. Yeah, this is what I have so far. So I added some slide to the leg. I'm still gonna add some more secondary movement so it doesn't look so like robotic. I might actually make the slide added to physics so it has a little bounce when it comes out. But I also I'll tell you when we get back from the ad. Smiles. So I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs and massage my shoulders because my shoulders are very stiff today for some reason. Alright, I'll be back in a sec. Bro, did the music really stop right when I got up? Sorry about that. Sorry for that eerily silent ad break. I forgot what I was talking about before the ad break. But, you know. Let's do arms. 7 out of 10. Thank you. I didn't think it was that. I feel like you rated it a little high. Let's do. I'm gonna lurk while I work on stuff, by the way. I was gonna stream today, but I had chores and don't feel like streaming later. So I'm gonna work on making comp stuff for this screen. Okay! Hope you have a good working lurk. I totally understand. Like, getting held up and being like, you know what, never mind, I don't want to stream today. So that has definitely happened to me, where it's like, I could technically stream, I would just have to do it later, but like, I don't want to. No, that's not where I want. I wanted to put it in arm. There we go. Arm, and then... Okay. Subtle. Might have to tweak the shoulder. It's popping out a little bit. I might put on my copyrighted music for this stream. But I've just been playing a lot of games, so I haven't been playing music. It's aside from just the, you know, starting soon screen. Show. That looks a little better. The minute details that no one noticed but me, but that's because I'm insane. But I need to ask Neo if they want the ears to go with the bald. Bald redeems for people who have animal ears is always so funny because it breaks the illusion of there not being any ears on the side. Little brush. Oh, I just remembered that they added the feature to let you stream directly. No, I'm stretching the eyebrow out too much. Eyebrows are short. Stream directly to live TV. Maybe I'll test that. I usually default to Angie for eye down, but like you can, it's like you have to pick either if you want eye down to be angry or sad, and I usually default to angry. I'm playing my copyright music. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting I'm sharing my entire screen and not just the application. Cause I'm always just like moving stuff to and from my screens. And I have to remember not to do that. Let's do chill tunes because I am pretty low energy today. Let me make sure. Yep, Spotify should be playing. This song is just quiet at first. No, not playing. Oh, I see. There you go.
Who's ready?
Okay. Okay, let me real quick. I'm going to finish the browse real quick and then I just got notified that dinner is ready, so I will be going to go eat that because I'm hungry. Hi, Neo. Yes. It's funny because you asked for a ball toggle, so here it is. But also I very often give models a ball toggle because it's just useful to be able to turn the hair on and off. Because it covers parts of the face. But yeah, this is what I have so far. I've been working on the body. So you have a little foot slide. I haven't done the body X and Y yet. Oh yeah, since you're here, I wanted to ask you, do you want to keep the ears on when you're bald, or do you want the ball to take the ears as well? I'm not sure which one you would prefer. Oh, I have to fix that. That will be fixed shortly. I'm doing your brows now. Can you take the ears off? Yes, easily. That would be no. I could do that in literally there. Oh no. Okay, I know what that was. I know. There we go. Now that should work. Okay. Yeah. Now we're good. Yep. There it goes. Completely peeled like an egg. Maybe a little lower. Yeah. Okay. Now I take this. Okay. There we go. Now I should be the wow 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 wow. Boing 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 boing. DreamWorks face. Bro, did you really just bros cringe? Okay. Before I get too fixated in this, I am going to take a dinner break. So let me find some oh, I keep forgetting that I'm sharing the whole screen. Let me find some enrichment for you all. I think I will. I have a tasting history video for you guys that I just watched this morning. That was really good. All right, so I'm gonna go eat some dinner and going to put on some enrichment for you all, and then we will be back to continue rigging once I return. Okay. Smiling at you.
One of the most famous names in the history of breakfast is John Harvey Kellogg, who made it his life's mission to heal the minds and bodies of America, albeit through some weird, even sadistic practices at times, including electroshock therapy and yogurt enemas. But one of the more tame curatives he promoted, and probably his most lasting legacy, was the invention of cornflakes, the breakfast cereal which I'll attempt to make using instructions from the original patent. So thank you to Trade Coffee for sponsoring this video as I attempt to make the true cornflakes, this time on Tasting History. Now, in determining how I was going to make these original cornflakes, I looked to the patent from 1895, which is probably the earliest recipe for making these cornflakes. Now, it's very, very long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but here are the bullet points. Patent number 558393 for flaked cereals and process of preparing same. First, soak the grains for some hours, say 8 to 12. Second, cook the grain thoroughly. For this purpose, it should be boiled in water for about an hour. Third, after boiling, the grain is then cooled and partially dried, then passed through cold rollers. The purpose of this process of rolling is to flatten the grain into extremely thin flakes, whereby the bran is broken into small particles. Fourth, after rolling the compressed grain of flakes, it is then baked or roasted in an oven until dry and crisp. And the patent doesn't just apply to corn. He says it could be corn or barley or wheat. In fact, I think wheat was the first thing that they used. But this is kind of where my dilemma is, because he talks about putting the entire grain or wheat berry or piece of corn through the roller to make it into a flake. And that description agrees with something that William Kellogg later wrote, saying that it came out in the form of large thin flakes, each individual wheat berry forming one flake. But in other descriptions, he talks about making it into a dough, which would require the grain to be broken up before putting it into the roller, so not entirely sure what was going on in that very first process, so I'm going to try both and see which works best. Now, what is definite about that original 1895 version is that there was exactly one ingredient: corn or wheat or whatever grain you were using. There was no sugar, no salt, no nothing. It was bland, and it was supposed to be bland because Dr. John Harvey Kellogg said that the most bland, plain foods were the most healthful. So for this recipe, I got 2.5 pounds or about 1 kilogram of corn. And Dr. Kellogg did say that it is the corn that was used in hominy grits, so it's a larger kernel rather than the small sweet corn, which might taste better, but I tried it and it makes for some teeny tiny flakes. So take the corn and cover it with water and soak it for about 12 hours. Now, Dr. Kellogg says that this should either be in cold water or hot water above 110 degrees so that it doesn't start to ferment. And so you can keep it in really hot water. I'm not exactly sure how you would do that. Or you can just do like I did and put it in the fridge overnight. So hot or cold, either one works, just like it works for coffee. Hot coffee and cold coffee, which you can get from today's sponsor, Trade. Trade is a coffee subscription service that delivers freshly roasted coffee right to your door. And I'm always looking forward to that little red bag because I always know that it's going to be excellent quality and freshly roasted, being delivered within just 48 hours of roasting. And with over 450 different roasts, they have something for everyone. They got your light and dark roasts, your decaf, your espresso, and you can have it hot, or they have a lineup of cold coffees and cold brew. So they sent not only this cold front coffee from PT's Coffee, but also the cold brew system, which makes preparing cold brew incredibly easy. You just add the grounds, add some water, and set it in the fridge to brew overnight, and then it's ready to drink. Nice and mild with a bit of cream, just how I like it. And right now, whether you want your coffee hot or cold, you can visit my link in the description, drinktrade.com/maxmiller, and you'll get a free bag of coffee or more when you subscribe to one of their plans. That's drinktrade.com/maxmiller to sign up and get a free bag of coffee. And they guarantee that you'll love your first bag or they'll replace it for free. Now back to the cornflakes. So once your corn is nice and soaked, the patent says that it should be boiled. So drain the corn and add it to a pot, then fill it with water and bring it to a boil. Cover it up and boil for 1 hour or until it's nice and soft, and make sure to give it a stir every few minutes just to make sure it's not sticking to the bottom of the pot. Then once it's cooked, drain it again and leave it to cool and dry. And here's where I began testing different ways to recreate this recipe, because the patent talks about how each grain or kernel is supposed to turn into one flake. And they had these rollers that they would put them through that would mash them into a flake, and then they would scrape them off. I don't have those rollers. They're like industrial rollers, so I tried a few different things. One, I tried to put it through a pasta roller. That did not work, and I almost broke my pasta roller. I tried rolling them out with a rolling pin. Not really, so I ended up just kind of mashing them, and it did make it into a flake, but then when I baked them, it really just turned into kind of like smashed popcorn. I don't think that's right. So with almost an entire day of different versions all not working out, I decided I would have to go with a dough. So I put the corn into a food processor and ground it up. Not nearly as fine as cornmeal, but fine enough that when I added a little water, I got something resembling a dough that I could at least roll out fairly thin. So I put that into the oven at 425 degrees Fahrenheit, 220 Celsius, and toasted it for 15 minutes or until it was nice and crispy. Again, I know this is not going to look like the original version, but since the only ingredient is corn, it should at least taste like the original version. Now, before we finish up the recipe, we need to talk about something, and that is a story that has been going around on the internet for many years, saying that Kellogg's Corn Flakes were invented to stop people from pleasuring themselves. And while it is true that John Harvey Kellogg was obsessed with what he called the secret sin, claiming that the solitary vice made boys pale, scrawny, hollow-eyed, dull, and listless, and could lead to bad eyesight and even psychotic behavior, and while it is true that he had a lot of ways of dealing with this secret sin, including extreme pain to the region or just locking it up in a cage, seems that making cornflakes was not one of these treatments. Rather, cornflakes was a way to get people to chew their food more and to just help with indigestion. Now, is that as exciting of a headline? No, it's not. But I promise you, the story of cornflakes is still really, really cool. While today we associate the name Kellogg with breakfast cereal, in the last decades of the 19th century, Kellogg's was synonymous with good health. As director of the Battle Creek Sanitarium in Battle Creek, Michigan, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg was a health guru of the age. He published numerous books and pamphlets, all filled with ways to keep both your mind and body healthy. And so you had people like President William Howard Taft, Henry Ford, Amelia Earhart, and Thomas Edison all converging on Battle Creek to be healed via the treatments of Dr. Kellogg. Now, some of the treatments were pretty tame, things that you wouldn't bat an eye at today. Things like daily exercise, getting a good night's sleep, and a low-fat vegetarian diet of whole grains and other fiber-rich foods. And this was his cure for one of the most common maladies of the day, and that was bad indigestion. And when you look at the cookbooks of the late 19th century, you see that a lot of the food was like meat and gravy and cream sauce, so it's no wonder that people had a lot of indigestion. For things like seasonal depression, he prescribed light therapy or phototherapy. He also did things like thermotherapy, where he would subject you to rather extreme bouts of cold, and electroshock therapy, which, well, it's exactly what it sounds like. But these were all some of the more tame treatments that he had, and definitely not what he would become infamous for. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, one of his more infamous treatments was thrice daily enemas. And you could either have a yogurt enema, where you would eat a half pint of yogurt and then have the other half pint entered through a different hole, or a traditional water enema, but the water was pumped into you via a machine that he invented that pumped 15 liters of water per minute. That's a lot of water. He also used a number of machines that were meant to massage the bowels to get things moving, but they were vigorous massages, rather painful. He even had a slapping machine, which would literally slap the out of you. And it, again, was very painful and was meant to be, because pain was one of the ways that you could treat a lot of the mental issues that you might be having. That was especially true if he thought that the root of your issue was sex. And frankly, he believed that the root of pretty much all people's issues was sex. Now, best in his mind was to abstain from it altogether, which is what he and his wife of 4 decades did, having never ever consummated their marriage. And many of these beliefs stemmed from his version of the Seventh-day Adventist religion, which also informed many of his beliefs on diet. He often cites his personal religious views, which sometimes conflicted with the official views of the church, when discussing his views on diet, including complete abstention from meat, tobacco, alcohol, coffee, chocolate, or caffeine of any kind. Instead, he believed that a diet of grains and vegetables was the best way to keep a person healthy, both in mind and body. It was also important that this food that you were eating was very well chewed. And he got these ideas from someone who was dubbed the Great Masticator. Horace Fletcher, who along with trying out a diet of nothing but potatoes for 58 days, also popularized Fletcherism. And this was a system that dictated what to eat, when to eat, and how to eat it, meaning how many times you needed to chew something before swallowing it. Usually this was 32 to 50 times, but there were foods that required more, and he said you should just stay away from them. Things like the shallot. When you eat a shallot, you're supposed to chew 720 times before swallowing. That's about 10 minutes of chewing before swallowing. Now, Dr. Kellogg took Fletcher's advice to heart and required all of his patients at the sanitarium to chew their food at least 40 times. And whilst they chewed, he sang a song, which started, "Chew, chew, chew, that is the thing to do. You may smile when you chew, but don't try to talk too, for perhaps you will choke and be sorry that you spoke." And it was this combination of a grain-heavy diet and the need to chew your food that birthed cornflakes. Now, cornflakes were not strictly the first breakfast cereal. That had been invented in 1863 by Dr. James Caleb Jackson. At his own sanitarium in New York, he had invented something called granula, and this was basically graham bread that was baked and dried to within an inch of its life, much like hardtack. This was then broke into little pieces and put in milk and left to soak overnight, though even after a night of soaking, it was supposed to be as hard as pebbles. And so this was the perfect food for Dr. Kellogg, he thought, so he basically just copied it, but instead of calling it granula, he called it granola, so he didn't get in any legal issues. Now, granola was incredibly flavorless and incredibly popular. His patients loved it, and he loved giving it to his patients. But it required a lot of chewing, so much so that it actually broke a woman's tooth at one point, and so he was on the lookout for something that wouldn't require as much chewing. Then he came across a man who had invented another new cereal, which was tasteless, difficult to chew, and like eating a whisk broom. The tasteless and whisk broom were great. Difficult to chew, not great. But something about it worked for him, because what it was wheat that was made into a sort of slurry and then pushed into little threads, kind of like a pasta extruder, and those threads would then be put together into like a little basket. And this was shredded wheat. Well, Kellogg wanted to buy the rights to shredded wheat, but he couldn't get them, and so he decided, well, I'll just make my own version, but I'll make it even easier to chew by making it into a flake. And this is where John's brother William enters the story. Except that actually William's been there the whole time. You just haven't noticed him because he has been in Dr. Kellogg's shadow the entire time. Basically, he has been his assistant and lackey for decades and has been made to do all sorts of things, not just taking notes and writing letters, but polishing his brother's white shoes and trimming his beard. It wasn't uncommon for William to work 120 hours a week and originally got $9 a week, which is like $275 in modern money. So now we have the two Kellogg brothers and John's wife, Ella, testing ways to make this grain into flaked cereal. And they test it for months. And finally, they figure out that if they soak the grain and boil it and then push it through these rollers and scrape it off, it comes out as flakes. And that is the version that is then patented. They call these flakes granos, and in 1895 they start serving them at the sanitarium, either plain or sometimes in milk or yogurt, which I guess is a better way of getting your yogurt than via enema. The brothers also began selling granos to former patients, shipping it out via mail order, and eventually they just had too much granos to make, and so Will asked his brother if they could build a small factory, and in 1897 they opened up the Sanitas Food Company, which began selling toasted cornflakes soon after. A much better name than granos, if you ask me, though they did not change the formula because Dr. Kellogg said that they should remain bland and tasteless because they were a health food. The problem was, while some people enjoyed cereal because of its health benefits, a lot of people in the country were wanting to have cold cereal because it was just easier than making breakfast. Hot porridges could take hours and hours to make, whereas breakfast cereal, put it in a bowl, you're ready to go. Well, William saw this potential and was like, we got to change up the formula so we can get this into more households. But John said, absolutely not. we are not changing it. It's going to remain bland. And this left a big void in the cold cereal market for others to come in and fill. And one of those people was a former patient of Dr. Kellogg, a man named Charles Post. Post opened a factory also in Battle Creek where he produced a cereal based on Kellogg's granola, but he made the pieces much smaller and he added sugar, and he called it Grape Nuts. Over the next few years, Post and numerous others turned Battle Creek into a cereal Silicon Valley with dozens of cereal factories opening all over. Everyone was making money, everyone except William Kellogg, because by now he was pretty much running the cereal factory, except that his brother John was still calling all of the shots. Time and again, he asked his brother if they could change up the formula or at least start a national advertising campaign, and time and again, his brother said no. He didn't want to change anything, he saw it as a health food, and he didn't want his reputation tarnished. But one day, while John was on a trip to Europe, William decided to go rogue. He added salt, malt, and sugar, and people loved it, but not John. John hated it, and when he came back, he said, "How dare you mess with my food? Change it back." Well, William saw that he had made the right decision in changing the recipe, but John was never going to change his mind. And so he decided, you know what, I'm done, and he quit. And he decided he was going to take cornflakes and make them work on his own. But John owned most of the rights still, and he thwarted his brother at every turn. So after 6 months, William came back. And the reason that he came back was because the sanitarium burned down to the ground. And he saw that his brother needed help, and so he returned to his shadows to help him rebuild. And William was the financial brains in the family, so he was able to get the funds and rebuild the sanitarium bigger and better than it had been before. And you'd think that John would be grateful, but he wasn't. And what really must have stung was in the 3 years that they were rebuilding, William had to look just down the street to see Charles Post making money hand over fist making cereal. But after the sanitarium was rebuilt, William had a bit of a nest egg, but John did not. He had gone way into debt to rebuild the sanitarium, and William knew this. And so he used that against John, saying, "Hey, I know you need money. I will buy the rights to cornflakes from you." Well, John did not like this, but he needed the money, and so eventually he gave up the rights, and William made a clean break, and in 1906 opened a new factory for the new Battle Creek Toasted Cornflake Company. Now, William had several setbacks fairly early on. First, Charles Post started selling a new cereal that was basically cornflakes, but he called it Post Toasties. And the new cornflakes factory burned down. But despite these setbacks, the business actually flourished, namely due to the fact that William was excellent at marketing. He knew right away that people just needed to taste cornflakes to become customers. And so he started a national campaign that was a little risque for the time, that encouraged women to give the grocer a wink and see what you'll get. And what you would get, of course, would be a sample of cornflakes for free. It actually went so well, though, that just 6 months later he had to change the campaigns to stop winking. So Will's cereal company was flourishing, and John's sanitarium was also flourishing. And surely they could be happy for each other and let bygones be bygones, right? No. Instead, they sued each other over the rights to the name Kellogg when it came to cereal. And for 10 years, they battled in the courts. John claimed that he was the first to use Kellogg for a cereal, which he was, and he was the famous Kellogg. He was the doctor that everyone knew. But William said that he had basically turned Kellogg's into the country's biggest cereal producer and made the name a household name synonymous with cereal. And after 10 years, the courts sided with him, and so he changed the company's name in 1922 to the Kellogg Cereal Company. And from that point on, the brothers' fortunes really began to diverge. Will's company flourished. As we all know Kellogg's. but John's sanitarium began to lose popularity. Partly it was because his methods of healing kind of went by the wayside, and he really started focusing on like eugenics and forced sterilization. Things got dark. But also, the Great Depression hit, and people just couldn't afford the luxury of the sanitarium. And so eventually, it did go into bankruptcy. And this is when John wrote a note to William. It was going to ask for money, but it was also a letter of reconciliation, a letter of apology for not just how they ended things, but all the decades of abuse that he had put upon his little brother. But there was no reconciliation because the letter never got to William, or at least didn't get there right then. Because while John dictated the letter, it was his assistant who wrote it down. And she felt that it was beneath her employer's dignity to apologize in such a manner. And so instead of sending the letter, she put it into a filing cabinet. And there it sat for 8 years, long after John had died. And they never really reconciled. They had met once and it did not go well. Anyway, it wasn't for 8 years until somebody finally found this letter and gave it to William. But by then, it was too late. A sad end to the relationship of these two brothers who, in 1895, kicked off the cold cereal craze with cornflakes. The cornflakes that should be ready. So after 15 minutes, the dough should be well toasted, and you can break them up into little flakes, and they're ready to eat. And here we are, the original cornflakes from 1895. Sort of. They should taste like them, even though the process didn't quite nail it. One of these days, I'll get those rollers. Anyway, like you said, I could eat them plain, and you know what? I will try one plain. Crispy. Bland, as they're supposed to be. But it tastes like a cornflake. The flavor is the same. It's just missing that little extra something, that extra something being sugar. But I wanted to put some milk on them just to see how it goes. And see if they maybe soften up a little bit. I'm sure eventually they will, but we don't have time to wait for my cereal to get soggy. So here we go. That's actually pretty good. Again, it tastes like cornflakes, just not quite as sweet. Add a little sugar in there, you got yourself some nice cereal. So would I recommend making these? No, I would not. It is way too much work the way that I did it, just not worth it. If you do want to make them, if you want to make your own though, just buy some like cornmeal, some stone ground cornmeal, and use that. Add a little sugar, add a little salt, and then bake them that way. And if you add a little bit more water, I think you can make an even finer flake. And if you have industrial rollers at home, then let me know how the original process goes. Need to get some industrial rollers. Anyway, don't forget to try some cold brew or other coffee at Trade, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
I have eaten my dimmer, and I have brownie now. I made a batch of brownies earlier today. Well, let me make this. Hi, Ray. So we will continue with work. Actually, give me 1 sec, because I just have a couple more bites of my brownie. It has cookie dough on top. Well, it's not cookie dough because it's baked. So it's just like chocolate chip cookie on top. I just realized maybe I was supposed to put the cookie dough after. I have to double check the instructions. I might have supposed to, because the cookie part got kind of crispy. brownies are like well baked, but the cookie part kind of crispy. I might have been was supposed to put them on after. It's like a cookie dough layer. I was eating raisin bran with the cornflakes video. What is your guys' favorite, like, quote unquote old person cereal? Mine is Honey Bunches of Oats. Honey Bunches of Oats is good. I also do like a good oatmeal. Oh yeah, Raisin Bran is your favorite. That makes sense. I love me a good granola cereal. So that's why I like Honey Bunches of Oats. Also frosted mini wheats. I don't think I've ever had. Oh yeah, I did want to see something. I'm gonna put you over here. I'm going to try something real quick. Going to try to make it so that I... Oh, do I have to restart if I do this? I'm going to try to see if I can connect VTube directly to LiveTD. But I might have to restart LiveTD to do it. Will this work? Oh, oh! Why is the hair lifting? Why is the hair lifting? My favorite old people's... Oh, this is I'll give you the song name. I don't have a song command. But this is Strawberry Swing by Coldplay. My favorite old people cereal is probably Honey Bunches, not gonna lie. I steal your answer. What the fuck? This is like kind of working, but not really. Why is it like hair lifting? I know why the head is not turning, but I don't know why is the hair lifting? So I know what the issue is though. I have to, it's because I'm doing augmented head angles. So do this and then this. And then the... Oh yeah, let's turn it off for right now because I need to... Yeah, let's turn it off for right now because I need to get the head angles working. Move you a bit. Okay. Let's get this moving a little bit further up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and now Hetzy. That brownie is good. The cookie top adds like a, because the cookie is like crunchy, which is like not usually my favorite, but it adds like a interesting contrast to the fluffy brownie. Okay, see now I can turn. Okay. What is making the ear? Why is the hair going up sometimes? Mm, let's take a look at the face. Show me a face. What? Is it smile? Why is the bald linked to the bald is linked to the smile for some reason? Question mark? But for why? It's not. I think it's just a weird config issue with the main model. So I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure I can fix that. But oh, I know what it is. It's Mouth X. For some reason, Mouth X is linked to the bald redeem. Smirk that snatches your wig clean off. Okay, well, that mystery is solved. Hi, Dracon. Welcome on in. Mm. Ow. Ooh. Ow. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Trying to get that ooh sound. Okay. Wink, wink, wink. Scrunched. I'm scrunched about it. Oh, the pout. Okay. Thank you for the head pat. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hi. You're kind of quiet. One sec. Huh? What? You can't hear me? Oh. I think I know what it is. One sec. Okay, you should hear me now. Yay! Okay, one sec. 'Cause I don't think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make you do the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, we should be good. I can hear you now, and um, people on stream should be able to hear you now. But hi, Ashley.
Hi. You left the door open, and I just
Oh.
walked in and just sat down and be like, "Hey."
Yeah, it's okay. I left that open for you, and also the occasional raccoon.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they come in and they clean up, and that's just what happens.
Yeah.
From time to time.
I never lock my door. all the people that come in are just free friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I never get an opportunity to do this because like you are always streaming when I am working. But
Yeah,
as we know, it is Labor Day.
today per
Boy,
day is
am
Labor
I
Day.
pregnant.
Let me see, because no, that's me. Can I get?
That is me. That you squishing yourself. Yes.
I think I need a Fugi for you.
Yeah, 1 second. I got you.
Thank you.
I will DM it to you. Yeah.
I was scrolling and saw your model. I love it. Thank you. I made it myself. 'Cause I am special and unique, and talented and beautiful. Everyone immediately throwing cans at you.
Of course, because you added that in. At least wait till I'm on screen. And yes, you are an incredible modeler.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Quick, everyone type in Ashley can in chat. Don't ask.
I'm so excited to be able to. There you are. Perfect.
Hi.
I'm so happy that I can now type without drumming directly into people's heads.
Yeah, like it legit does sound really. You do legit sound really good.
Yay!
So whatever you have done, it has done its job.
I got a mic arm. That's basically it.
I did hear that at the start of this stream.
That's the big thing. That's the thing that everyone said. Like, you need to get a mic arm, and I'm like, I know.
Like, no, I don't want to.
It's like I know, but also, but I did it. I finally built the bullet, and I did it. And everyone's like, wow.
What a remarkable improvement. Oh,
it's crazy when you get upgrades for your stream and it actually improves it.
Oh, hold on. Let me. Okay. Sorry. I didn't want to cough directly into the microphone there.
No worries. Oh, let me get a side stream set up for you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know. I just wanted to sit here in silence and just like occasionally just hear your pen scrape against the tablet. You know how it be. Well, I'm blocking the follower notification.
I've heard people make a joke of like, but thank you for the follow. I'm so sorry. I do not know how to pronounce your name. Defilate question mark. But I just I want like what was I saying?
You were saying something about people.
Yes,
I could not have been more vague. I could not have been more vague.
Yeah, people, they exist.
They do.
Diffie is okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But yes, I was saying that there was someone I saw that made a joke that basically there was a audio book and then it's just complete silence with the occasional page turning, and then like right at the end the person just says, "Oh," out loud.
Okay, I think I remember seeing that. I think that was like a Tumblr joke or something. God. I will say I am not just here to fuck around. I actually am doing a bit of drawing myself.
Yay!
Right now,
I love to look and work. I love to look and work.
I do not know if I'll be around for a long time. It's like a friend of mine might be available when she gets back from her board game night, and we might play video games.
Video games.
Video games. Have you heard about them? Oh my goodness.
No.
Hey, don't. Here's my advice. Don't with video games.
Okay.
They're dangerous. They're dangerous. They'll make you worship the devil.
Okay.
And that goes for all of you who are watching at home.
Like me. Wow. Thinking space. Oh, we got an ad break coming up, just so everyone knows.
Wow, I just show up and you run ads? This is so fucked up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If only someone had a post that they could possibly link in chat about something that they could possibly do about ads.
Man. Who has that?
I don't know.
Who does that? Who does that? Oh God, what's this? Hey, whoa, this just slipped out of my pocket.
Oh,
heck. Where'd that come from?
All over the stream chat. What a mess.
That will never come out. That will never come out.
It's just gonna be there forever.
Oh man, what a bummer. Oh, well.
What if I did this?
Oh no, that made it worse.
No. I rubbed the stain in even further.
No, you're supposed to put a little bit of dish soap on it. No.
Yeah, and you need to blot it, not wipe it.
You need to blot it. Wait, really? Oh,
yeah,
shit.
It actually helps. I notice a difference of like if you spill something that's gonna stain, like instead of wiping it, just like.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, that's true. Like that's how, because I've lived in plenty of apartments that have white carpeting, and yes, you have to blot because otherwise, if you rub it, you'll rub it in.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Spread it further, which is so frustrating. Honestly, and it happens. You're just like, oh man, now it's worse. Now I'm not gonna get my deposit back.
Yeah, and it's like frustrating because you get to it right away, and it still stains.
You know what's the actual stain base of bane of my existence? The stain bane of my existence. It's when like you get like a little bit of oil or grease on a shirt.
Yes. You know what works so well for grease stains?
I think I do, but I want to hear yours to see if it's the same thing.
Dish soap.
Yes. Like whenever it happens, you put a little dollop of dish soap on it, and you like rub it together, and then you put it in the laundry.
Yeah, it's the
key is to do it right away.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Right away.
You have to get to it right away. But it's like crazy. It's like, oh wow, yeah, the thing that's designed to cut through grease really well actually works with all grease.
Cuts through grease really well. Who knew? It gets it out of your pants, and also gets it out of your clothes.
Yeah.
But yeah, like there have been plenty of time where like I'm cooking and I'm like, shit. And it's like, I like have to step away from the kitchen and I'm stripping off. I'm like, I literally am I was like, I can feel the clock running like when it happens. And so it's like, I'm in the kitchen. I'm stripping my shirt off. I'm rubbing in the dish soap, running to my room, throwing it into the laundry basket, and then throwing on a new shirt. Ugh.
Yeah, you have to get to it right away. You know what? I've seen so many like I've read so many like shitty romance mangas where it's like the most common thing is like someone like spills like a hot tea on someone and they have to like really quickly take their shirt off to prevent it from burning them. They should do that with grease stains.
That would be it would make it so much more realistic,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's like you have to watch that right now. And it's like not
It's
even and it's like not even sexy because they're like you need to get a dish open right now.
honestly though, that would work better on me. Like honestly, that would work more on me. I'd be like,
Mm,
oh, they're being responsible with that because that feels much more realistic than like,
yeah.
oh no, you spilled hot tea. Because it. All right, I'm not afraid to say it here. I've had hot water like spilled on me on a shirt, and it's like it hurts like briefly, but it's like you pull the shirt away from your skin and you're fine.
It cools down real fast. You really don't need to take the whole thing off. And like,
Mm-hmm.
why are you spilling so much hot tea? Like, you should be more careful. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But yeah, okay, this is my new manga. It's called like, oh no, my friend, my mom friend is actually really cute, and she's washing my shirt.
That is so real. And like,
It
she's like
is.
so serious about it. Like, she's not. She's like,
Mm-hmm.
we need to get that. We need to get that in the sink right now.
Right now, what are you doing? Stop screwing around. See, that's a manga about me because I'm the mom friend.
It's like, what are you doing? Stop trying to kiss me. I'm trying to take. I'm trying to save your shirt.
I'm trying to we could be sexy later. Right now, this is gonna stain. If you wash this and then you dry it, you're gonna have a grease stain on it forever. Is that what you want?
It's
Is
gonna
that
be
what
there
you
forever.
want from this Legend of Zelda shirt?
It's going to be forever.
Forever. Oh no, we're becoming high school clique girls again. It'll be on there forever. Ever, and you'd be so embarrassed. Well, people are noticing it's me. Hi, it's me. It's Ashley. Hi. Hey.
I don't know who this freak is.
Yeah, no, I just came in and
The door was open and I
the door
didn't
was
close
open.
it.
I walked in and I'm here. I'm eating all your food.
What?
I'm
What?
knocking over your trash cans.
Wait. Oh, wait, that's normal.
I'm picking up your trash.
What?
I'm picking it up. I'm doing your dishes.
No. That had everywhere. I had everything where I
I'm
wanted
washing
it.
out all your I'm washing out all your petri dishes. I'm
Why
rinsing.
would you do that?
I'm rinsing out the beakers here.
I'm growing cultures.
Yeah. There was this like big like pile of something like in the closet and it was like pulsating. I went ahead and threw that out for you.
No. This is so fucked up. Why would you do this?
What? I'm doing a good thing. Teehee. I do nothing wrong. I just like to
Listen,
clean.
if you walk into a scientist's room and you pick up a random thing and throw it out, I do think that they have the right to kill you. That's
I
a
feel
death
like
sentence.
if you walk into a scientist's room, especially a bioscientist's room, and do that, you likely just killed a civilization.
Yeah.
You likely just killed an
I was like,
entire civilization.
That was the last of their species. What have you done?
What have you done? Yeah.
Pretty much.
I've never seen Ashley do anything wrong ever. Thank you. I'm perfect.
Ashley does. Ashley literally throws things at me every single time I start the stream, and they are broke for it.
Oh, what do you? Come on. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying, ow. I'm just saying, maybe it would be nice to start a stream and not immediately get assaulted. I don't know. Just a thought.
You said yourself, and I remember this, that that anytime you save a VOD, the thumbnail always has you getting pelted with stuff.
Yes, it's because the default thumbnail is like about 10 minutes into the stream, and because my starting stream screen is usually 10 minutes, so then the second I go to my first screen and then you immediately pelt stuff with me, then that becomes my thumbnail.
Yep. Something actually, I have something funny regarding that because like Vixie was on one of my streams like a couple of weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and like it was unplanned that she was on. She was just like, "Hey, you want me to come on?" And I was like, "Actually, yes, I'm having a rough time right now. Please come on my stream. Please come, please come and hang out."
Mm-hmm.
And she did. But what happened was the thumbnail was like she's like in my intro sequence to my stream for like 10 frames. It shows like a shot of her,
Uh-huh.
and the thumbnail just zeroed in and showed those frames in the thumbnail, and I was like, "Why the fuck did it pick
how did they
those?"
know? How did they know?
Like what?
It's
I almost kept it. Just like how like you when you were on the thumbnail was of like a close up, just a close up of you, of like your Fuki icon, where you're just like you're just smiling, staring straight forward, staring at the audience,
just like
just
blank
like
stare.
blank stare, like that. Yeah, but
Nothing
but now
nothing behind those eyes.
nothing behind those eyes except thinking about cultures.
And objectifying men.
Yes, yeah. Is that scientific or is that just like what you do?
That's for pleasure.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like you always separate your work life from your home life.
I'm just trying to imagine me like at my desk, like thoughtfully scratching down on a clip of like, yes, and then like my one bullet point is just like men's boobs.
Men's boobs? Question mark.
It's like, yes, much to think about it.
Much to think about. Yes. We didn't get too much into men's boobs. We were on the show, but also we were like very fucked up from energy drinks.
We had other things to talk about.
We did. I'm glad we survived. It was touch and go for a bit there.
Yeah, it was like at the time I was like, okay, this is awful experience in my mouth, but like I'm surviving. And then the aftermath.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not gonna get into details, but it was like, oh boy. Next morning, I'm like, oh
yeah, I woke up
Christ.
and I was like, there's something happening here.
You're like, oh my god,
Something is happening to my body.
And it's not cool body horror shit.
And then I took medicine and then
you were normal.
Went back to sleep for like 3 more hours and I was like, okay. All right, I can survive this now.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just funny because I just went that night. I was like, I'm stronger than that. I survived battery acid spaghetti. And I woke up in the world. I was like, something is happening. Something is happening.
What's wrong with my body?
Just like, oh no, I did not survive. That's why, like, I just thought it was really funny because during the stream, you were like, don't do this. And I was like, you could do this. And then I replied on Twitter later, like, don't do this.
The original post literally is nothing but people saying, don't do this. And then we went ahead and do this.
Yeah, I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do this. I think the biggest cautionary tale was the video I took where it had like the thick layer on the top.
The film was disgusting.
Oh my god. And then I drank that.
We put that in our body.
Put it in my Anyway, yeah. But now we survived because we're strong and we'll never die.
We are strong and beautiful.
I am, thank you. Oh my gosh.
What about me?
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Okay, because you just said I am, so I was like,
well, you have to understand, my ego is wildly out of control, and I am not getting better. Thank you. Okay, that's just me. Okay, it's called self-esteem. Try it sometime, sweetie.
I failed step 1. Got my dick stuck in the ceiling fan. Sorry. It's like you like in front of a whiteboard, like pointing, and it's like, you good. And I'm just like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Never considered this.
Huh? What's going on? Huh?
Never considered this in my life.
I realized that like the stream in Discord with the music, I had it turned down so much. I'm like, 'cause I was just used to the quiet.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like I don't. Yeah. Can you hear the music on your sync?
yes, I can. Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, you could turn it. You
Wait.
can mute it if you want.
No, it's good to have it there while we're talking.
Well,
'Cause we have
I
little-
just meant on your like your end. If you wanted to mute it, you could.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I like it on my end.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yippee.
Yeah.
I might have to send this back to Jelly.
Uh-oh.
The pecs
what?
aren't separated.
Oh no.
And I don't think I can get the dimension that I want without it. Oh, I'll do what I can for right now.
Oh, this is so sad.
Because I was able to avoid having to send it back to Jelly at first because the hole in the shirt was attached to the torso, and I was like, I need these to be separated. So I
heard a
sorry.
Windows noise. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was on my end, my bad.
Okay, cool. Sorry, you were saying.
Mm-hmm. And so I finagled some shit just to avoid sending it back. Like, can you separate these? But I do think I need to separate because I can't get the pecs to do what I want.
Yeah,
I mean, I need this one on the further end to like go.
Sorry,
in
just
like
seeing
this.
you like warp them like that was very funny.
Yeah. Like I need this one to like go in.
Mm-hmm. And so you need them separated out on different layers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like at least like with like doing the cleavage window on the shirt, that's just cheating.
Yeah,
that's just cheating.
I love.
Which is
go ahead.
You love cheating.
Yes, I do that stuff all the time, and it's like not like I don't want to bother them and ask them for changes because I do that with my own art. I'll be like, oh, I didn't split this the way that I wanted to, or like, oh, I thought this was okay, but I actually changed my mind, and I'll just like finagle something in Live 2D just so I don't have to like re-import the model.
Well, listen, speaking as someone with an animation degree, cheating happens all the time,
and it's awesome.
It's great, honestly.
If
like,
the end result looks good, then were you really cheating?
Yeah, I know it's like we've spoken like sometimes about like how the thing of just like, oh, while you're drawing, make sure you flip your art 180 degrees so that it looks right. And it's like there's some merit to that, but also it's like if the art is never intended to be flipped 180 degrees, who cares if it looks weird? It looks fine. It looks fine at the angle that you're intending it to see it.
Yeah,
see as,
like if you have it as the intended product and it never like looks like a way that you don't want it to, then you have successfully made a complete project.
Exactly. I think all the time about how like there was someone like who did like a magazine photo shoot, like a fashion photo shoot, but did it from the opposite side of the models, and it showed how like the models would have like giant binder clips holding their clothes from behind in order to get rid of the wrinkles and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and
it's not meant to be quote unquote real. It's meant to look good.
Yeah, I think about how like for like fast food ads for like those burgers are not actually edible.
Yeah,
they're fake. Those are fake burgers.
They're like fake or like undercooked or stuff. They do like a lot of stuff for like food photography.
Mayonnaise on burgers, that's Elmer's glue on there. The burger patties, it's like they're just basically seared and still raw on the inside.
Yeah.
So then they literally take like a skewer and they just make the grill marks that way.
Yeah, and then just because in that way it looks like really nice and juicy and full because it hasn't actually been like cooked down.
Yeah, the only requirement is that it's actual food being used. You know what ice cream? You know what ice cream is in commercial? Vegetable shortening.
Shortening, okay. Because I was like, I feel like I remember it was something.
Yeah, it's just big scoops of Crisco because Crisco doesn't melt at room temperature. So you should apply that to your art. like as well. Like, when people hear cheating with regards to art, they think that like, means that like don't trace and stuff like that, and which is like true. But also even in that case, there's
Yeah.
times where like tracing is good for training purposes
Yeah.
because
It's
like,
good for
if
references and learning.
exactly, when you trace stuff, you're teaching your hand the muscle memory of like, doing these motions when you're drawing things.
Nodding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you're making the model do right now. But yeah, and it's like you're never going to use it for like a final product, but like, it helps you learn that,
Mm-hmm.
I will admit there have been times where I've done an illustration where like I found something that was a good reference and I've traced it and like, okay, all right. And then I made a new layer and I redrew it with like the photo like next to it, and I'm not
Uh-huh.
tracing it. And I'm
Right.
like, hey, this looks good actually.
Yeah,
I
you have
didn't
studied.
mean to. I didn't mean to like turn this into like art talk here,
No
but we're doing
worries.
art talk. We're doing art talk here.
We are doing
'Cause-
art talk. I mean, this is an art stream, so you do
Yeah.
art talk on art stream.
And I appreciated when people like did this stuff to demystify art for me. So I much like being able to like say it, because like this is stuff that like, I learned in art school, but also
Yeah.
like this is stuff I learned outside of art school, because art school is God, so fucking
Yeah.
mushy at
Because
times.
the thing about art is that like art is hard, but
Mhm.
making it artificially hard for yourself when it doesn't need to be doesn't make your art better.
Exactly.
It's like it is already going to be hard. You don't need to like make it even harder for yourself just to say that it doesn't necessarily make you like a more real artist.
Yeah. If I have like the result that's exactly the same as someone else's, but like they took the time to draw every single little thing, and I like, copied some frames and changed them slightly, like
But they
we're
look the
both
same.
just like, guess what, bro? We're paid the same amount, and you did 10 times more work than me.
The end result is the same. It still looks good. So
Yeah. This is what we mean when we say work smarter, not harder. That's exactly what this is. So, where the fuck is that? There we go. That's to all of you out there who are making art out there. Cheat
yeah,
your asses off.
use
Cheat your
shortcuts.
asses off.
Use what is available to you. Don't feel like you have to suffer through it just because you feel like it makes it more legitimate. Like
the idea of the suffering artist is bullshit. Okay, it doesn't have to be this way.
Like
Oh.
Like, for example, I know riggers who will like, for example, the eye has a lot of different moving parts to get the blink working correctly. And I know a lot of people who do it and then they do the other one to try their best to make it look symmetrical. I just copy and paste it and flip it.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, why wouldn't you?
The end result is better because it's going to look, if you want the eyes to move exactly the same, then copy and paste it is going to get a better result than anything you could do by hand.
Yeah.
And it saves you time, and like it both saves you, it is both easier and looks better in the end result. If your goal is the eyes to just look the same. So I'm like, why would you not take that option?
And it's like, there are some times where like copy and pasting won't work. So if you were making an asymmetrical model, you can't exactly paste like one eye to the other.
Yes, exactly.
But in that case, it's asymmetrical. You have wiggle room for that.
But that's the thing, because it's asymmetrical, it's not going to be so obvious if they're not exactly the same. But the thing is, when something is perfectly symmetrical, the second there's any little bit of asymmetry, when it's intended to be symmetrical, that will stick out. So like, if you want it to be symmetrical, do what you can to make it look symmetrical and just copy and paste it. Hi, Shy, by the way.
Hi, Shy. I'm being addressed directly. Hi.
But yeah.
Yeah. Like I fucking, Doesn't like Clip Studio literally have like a thing that lets you like draw symmetrically, where you draw one
Yeah,
side and
the
it draws the
symmetry
other?
ruler. That is what I use for all my models. I would never do a symmetrical model and not have like some symmetry tool.
Hmm.
I would never do that to myself.
Yeah. And it works for like what you're doing.
Mhm.
Like I will admit, I probably would never do something symmetrical because that's just not my style. That's just
Yeah.
not like for me. You know, I am a 3/4 view looking to the side bitch. Okay,
And I
And I
totally
will-
understand that.
I will be that until the day I die. And you know what? I'm not a professional artist anymore, so it's fine.
Yeah. Like that's the nice
not-
thing about not being a professional artist. You could just like, I can pick what I want to do.
Yep, exactly. It's just like, hey, I tried to make it my career, and it's like, no, I burnt out super hard. I'm going into tech.
Yeah. Thankfully, I had that like revelation before I actually got an art degree, because it was like, oh, that's what I'm going to do. And then like when I was like realizing, like, when I was in school, drawing is literally the only thing that I had to de-stress. If I turn drawing into the source of stress, I think I will collapse.
Yeah, like it's no longer fun.
Like, I don't think I can make this my job when it's like the one thing that I have to like chill out. And then I ended up, and it's funny because I take commissions now, so it's like, ow, 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 ow. Sorry, I'm getting a raid. Happy birthday. Was it your birthday? I hope you had a really good stream. Thank you all so much for coming. I just realized there's a typo in my raid message, so that's awesome.
Oh no!
But I hope you guys had a really awesome stream. Thank you for the raid. Of course, if you have to drop off and eat or sleep or get away from your computer for a sec and just do any sort of after stream care, that's totally fine, and I appreciate you bringing your community with you. I am here with my friend Ashley, and I am rigging a model for Neo Chiaki. They're a little funky right now, but we're getting there.
Yeah. And hi, I'm Ashley. Hi. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just barged in.
Yeah. The one last thing I want to say about like the art career thing is that, like,
yes,
if there's anyone who is like still in school or like studying art or something, I don't want to discourage you, but literally every person that I know personally who got an art degree regrets it and is not currently working in the art industry. Every single one that I know personally.
Okay, so while I am not in the art, while I am not working professionally as an animator, oh wait, hold on. Graves is a good point. I think your title makes them think it's your birthday.
Oh. No, I'm giving birth.
It's similar but different.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I didn't realize that it could be read that way. No. Happy birthday, super chat. Exactly. My child is getting born today. Look at them.
Oh my god.
They're so big already.
Okay, but like I was saying, is while I'm not in animation, I'm not gonna say I regret getting my degree. Certainly I'm not using it ideally, but I definitely made a lot of connections through school. That you don't go to school to learn how to do the thing.
Yes.
I mean, you do, but the primary thing is for connections and the people that you learn, the people that you meet, and the people that you know, and such. And listen, I traced it back. Okay, I traced it back like far enough, and there was one person who I met in college in 2003. who, if you follow the timeline, accounts for about 75% of my friend group
Wow.
is because of her.
Yeah.
And I do not talk to her anymore. I have not talked to her in over 4 years. But it's like, if there's anyone whose web connects us all, it's her.
That is pretty crazy.
It's really fucking crazy to think
Yeah.
about.
And it's just like, the thing is like, even if you aren't actively using like your art degree in like an industry sense, it's like that period of your life still affected you.
Yes, it did immensely, actually.
And it's like it still did, like, what's I'm looking for? It's still like influenced where your life is now.
Precisely. Like, it's I don't regret going to art school. It was not the ideal like move for me.
Mhm.
I will give you that. It was not the ideal like move for me, but also, I don't know, crazy thing I'm going to say here. Maybe we shouldn't be having like 17-year-olds deciding what they're going to do for the rest of their life.
And it's like, the thing
I didn't know
is,
shit about shit when I
and
was
it's
that
like,
age.
yeah, we should not be putting that expectation on 17-year-olds. But also, I think the biggest thing is that just like, okay, they can decide, they can have an idea of what they think that they want to do. Make it easier to change your mind.
Please, I beg of you.
Yeah, because I feel like that's the biggest thing. Less like, oh, you know, so it's like, yeah, I could see, someone in their teens having an idea of where they want to do like professionally, but give them an opportunity to change their mind, please.
Yeah.
Please, I'm begging you.
I ended up having to change my mind in my late 30s. So
yeah, and it just like, just make it not so difficult to, do something later.
There's a million things we could get into regarding that.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of sunk cost fallacy going on with that as well, because it's like, you spend thousands of dollars on a college degree, you're gonna try to make something of it, whether it's healthy for you or not.
Yeah, you feel like you have to do it just because it's like, well, I can't not, because I spent that much time and money and resources into it.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Ty.
Hi, Ty, and hi, Puff.
And make it free. Yes, I'm a big supporter of making college free.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I would genuinely, if college courses were free, I would probably, like, not a full-time student, but I would probably still be taking college courses. Because there's so many things that I would love to learn.
Mm-hmm.
It's
like fun at that point.
And it's like stuff that I might not necessarily want to do professionally, but stuff that I would love to learn in a deeper, more professional capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And like, because I love to learn. Like, I just can't, I just don't want the pressure of the homeschool, of the homework, and, the idea like, oh, if I have to make this like my job to make it worth it.
It's such a letdown to think of it like that.
Man.
I'm
just like, and it's like, I am a nerd, and I will say that I did enjoy my time in school. I wouldn't necessarily want to go back in like a full-time capacity, but I did enjoy it. So I would love to like continue learning.
Mm-hmm. Shit, I would like to probably take some classes for stuff I never even thought of like before. Like honestly, this is something another friend of mine wants to do. I wouldn't mind getting a ham radio license. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be a really cool thing to do. You'd have to take classes to learn how to do that. But that would be fun. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, because it's like,
let me take a woodworking class. Let me take a metalworking
for real.
class or something.
I would love to do more stuff that like involves my hands. And then like for me, I don't think I could ever do it in a professional capacity because I'm squeamish, but I love biology as like a subject matter, and I would
Mhm.
love to like, take some higher level classes on that.
Yeah. But it's just like not you don't love it enough to make it your career the rest of your life
Yeah.
because like some parts of biology are fucking gross.
It's so funny. I always remember the story that my mom told me because when she was in school, she thought about possibly getting into medical school and being a doctor. And then
Oh.
and then one time when she was on her, I don't think she was in college yet. She might have still been in high school, but one time she was on the bus and there was a drunk dude on the bus and he peed himself, and she was like, I don't think I want to be a doctor because the human body is gross.
It's so true though.
It's just like
it's so fucking true.
like I just saw a grown man pee on himself. I don't think I can handle that.
Yeah, and it's like honestly that's one of the more tame things that will happen.
For real.
Like,
But it was just like so funny that like that was the realization, like, you know what?
I'm good.
Humans are gross. And I don't want to deal with that. Like, not even talking about some people's level of hygiene.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people are gross.
Yeah. Listen, the fact that the concept of a bedpan is enough to dissuade me from ever being a doctor.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, I cannot. You know, it's like and like for me, like it's you talking on a scale of like animation. It's like, yeah, like animating is fun. Drawing was kind of fun for me, but it's like now I had to do it in a capacity where it's like, oh, I could do this professionally, and it slowly became more and more not fun. And
Mhm.
then I see what the industry is like now, and oh
Oh,
boy,
yeah. Oh,
see how
it's
the
a
industry is like,
nightmare. It's a
yeah.
nightmare.
Listen, I used to live in Atlanta, all right?
Mhm.
And I literally lived with friends, of one of them who literally worked at a studio. One of them literally worked at Floyd County Productions, which is
Mhm.
the studio that makes Archer. He also worked at he also worked on and off at Bento Box, which is the studio that made Bob's Burgers, okay?
Mhm.
And like I had all the connections like in place and everything for to I knew people, I had the portfolio and everything. I still didn't get in, but like I saw what he had to go through. I saw him pull 50-60 hour work weeks at that
Mhm.
studio. I saw there was a time where I didn't see him for an entire week because he would leave before the sunrise. He would come back after like when it was dark, go to sleep, wake up, go right back to the studio and go back to work.
Oh,
And it was dire. It was
yeah.
dire. And so and I honestly I would not have survived. I
Mhm.
and y'all can interpret that any way that you want. Just know I would not have survived. I would not have survived the animation industry.
Yeah.
Like that is a fact.
You know what the funny thing is that when I was in college, I wanted to be a game developer.
Girl.
Like the other industry that is actively on fire.
Hashtag girl. Oh no.
Like, thankfully, I was a comp sci major, so it's like it wasn't like I am locked into game development for sure. But that when I was in school studying it, that is what I had in mind. I was like, oh, this is what I'm going to do professionally.
And it did not work out that way.
Yeah, I'm just like, I
yeah.
kind of dodged a bullet there.
Funny thing about that, it's okay. What did do you know about the college Full Sail University? Have you heard of it?
Say it again?
Full Sail University.
Never heard of it.
Okay, good. Because it is a college that would advertise all the time in the back pages of Game Informer magazine. And it was like it's an accelerated program where they're like, yeah, get your degree in video games in 2 years, basically. If there are alarm bells going off in your head, they should be.
Yes.
They should be. From where I was living previously, I moved down to Florida because a friend of mine was going to go to Full Sail in Orlando, and he needed a roommate, so I went with him while he was going to Full Sail. He has never worked in. He finished the program, got a bunch of debt. He has never worked in the game industry. He basically ended up being, because he went to school, he became a programmer, and very few people at Full Sail get placed into animation studios. What they mostly got placed in are simulation companies that either in the Orlando or Jacksonville area.
Oh.
And let me tell you, when you go to school for video games, and then your job is working on Apache helicopter simulations for the government.
Yeah.
The
dream dies a little bit.
It dies just ever so slightly.
Yeah, so I was to answer Puff, I was a comp sci, but I had I think it was called a concentration. I had a concentration in game development. Which mean basically, because it's like the way that the degree was built, there are some like core classes and then there are some electives. And for the comp side, there's a general electives, but for game development, there's specific electives that you have to take to be considered like a game dev concentration. And then you also have to do a capstone project at the end where you like make a demo for a game. It was kind of funny because I was also a member of the game dev club in college, and that was really fun for the most part. There was a couple things here and there, but for the most part, that was really fun. And in my final year, which was my third year because I was a transfer, the way that the club worked was that at the beginning of the semester, everyone would pitch a game that they wanted to work on, and then some of those games would be selected to be worked on for the rest of the semester. So then that person became like the project lead of that game. And so the game that I proposed got picked up. But then I was also working on my capstone. So I was literally making 2 games at once.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And it was kind of funny because it was like... I think it was partially because a lot of the people proposing the projects were programmers. So then, like, a lot of their presentations were just, like, PowerPoint presentation of, like, oh, this is the kind of mechanics that I want to implement. And I was like, okay, that sounds solid. But then because I'm an artist, I drew, like, concept art of, like, what I wanted to do. And so that caught a lot of people's eyes because I was like, oh, this is really cute. I want to work on it. And so I had, at the start of the semester, I had like the biggest project team. I had like, I don't remember how many people I had. I think I had like 7 people on my team. Girl, by the end of the semester, I had 3 people on my team. Everyone ghosted me. Everyone. And it was a whole thing because I wanted the game to have 3D graphics, but I personally was not a 3D modeler. I'm still not. And there was one person on my team who was like, "Oh, I'll take part. I'll be the art lead of the 3D animation." I was like, "Okay, cool." And this was like not his fault. It was just because he had like other stuff because he was a member of the band of the school. Our basketball team that year was insane, and like my college was not like a huge like sports team, so the fact that we were like beating these like huge like sport forward colleges was like insane. It was like making the news. And so he was constantly like texting me like, I can't come, I am literally out of town because I am playing for the basketball like band. And
no.
So like I didn't have a 3D animator, so we had like our 3D like concept models in the project for a really long time, because it was like I still had a programmer and I was also a programmer, so we were working on making the the features, and we were like adding stuff, but like the actual visuals for the game was staying the same for so long. And then literally one time I was just so frustrated that I just stayed in my dorm all weekend and I just animated 2D sprites for every single asset in the game, and I just replaced it all in the game in one weekend. And I just came to the presentation one day. I was like, okay, so the game is gonna go look a little different. Like, but it's still the same game.
Oh no. Well, if anything, that makes you a good project manager, because you recognize that, okay, well, we're gonna have to pivot here. Even if it was born out of like super frustration, it's like you made the right move.
I was literally motivated by rage, because I was like, I know it's not his fault, because there was a lot of people on my team where it's like, okay, you are not motivated, or like it's like a lot of them were like freshmen, so it's like, okay, you have never actually worked on a game before, you don't realize how slow progress is made, and you are starting to get frustrated that it's not looking cool yet.
And you have to pull them aside and be like, bro dog, it's not gonna look cool.
I'm just like,
until like 5 minutes before it's due. It
takes so long for the game to actually start looking cool. There is so much boring stuff to be done before it actually looks like a game, and they were starting to get demotivated and discouraged, and I'm just like, okay, I can tell you, say like, hey, stick with it, but also like, if this is not what you want, I'm not going to force you. It's a club. I'm not paying you. Like, this is not your class. Focus on your classes. If you don't want to do this, then don't worry about it.
You don't gotta.
But it's like, that guy, I felt bad because I could tell he really did want to help work on the team. But he was literally physically out of the state for the majority of the semester because our basketball team was going insane.
So this is why you say jocks are your natural predator.
Well, yes.
I was going to say something very rude before, which is I was going to say that programmers are the idea guys of gaming. Of game development.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. And also, like, you know what I mean when I say programmer art.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And I was like, you're not wrong, but then like also it's just like, I think it's like, because it's like a lot of us are, just like teenagers or early 20s, and it's like there are aspects to game development that appeal to different people, and it's like most people who really start thinking like deep into like the actual like mechanics of games, most of those people go into programming.
Yep.
So that's why most of the people who had like ideas of like the actual game design mechanics was like the programmers, because a lot of the artists, it's like what appeals to them to games is like art and plot. I'm like, plot is literally the last thing you put into a game. It takes so long to get up to a point where you add like any sort of like actual like story progression to a game. So like, if you are leading a game forward with just the idea of plot, then you are going to be sorely disappointed, because we're college students and we're only doing this for a semester. It's like each game is only being worked on for 3 months. Because it's like because I'm both, I am a programmer and an artist, I did have plot in mind, and I did kind of, give a summary in my presentation because I did have kind of an idea of what the plot was, but literally none of that got into the final game.
It's probably one of the first things you had to cut for time, right?
Yeah, where it's just like, you know, and I acknowledge that because I recognize, because this was the third game that I had worked on by that point. Because this was my first time being the lead, but this was like the third game that I had worked on. So I had seen multiple times like everyone coming in as like, oh man, we're gonna make the best game ever, and it's like halfway the semester was like, okay, we have to cut this, this, and this, and then with the final presentation it's like, okay, this is like the most barest bone proof of concept of what we have in mind, but it technically works. You don't fall through the floor that many times, so we're considering this a job well done.
You learn really quick that 70% and 70% perfect, 100% done will always win out.
Mm-hmm. It's just like, yeah. So I had like stretch goals in mind, but I was very realistic of like what we were going to accomplish.
And that sort of decision making and that sort of thought process is how you decided to be like, we're doing 2D sprites.
Yeah.
Not 3D.
It was just like,
you can't do 3D if people don't know how to do 3D.
Or it's like, I had two main 3D animators, and one of them was severely struggling from unmedicated ADHD, and the other one was literally out of town because he was part of the sports band. So like, the only people we still have here present right now, me, is a 2D animator. So if we're going to get anything moving in this game, we're going to have to do 2D animation.
You make do with the resources that you have.
Mm-hmm. But I just remember literally like I did not come out of my dorm at all, and I just like stayed in my pajamas, and I was just at my laptop just like animating the entire weekend. I was very much fueled by frustration.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. And honestly, it's like for anyone out there doing game dev, I don't know if there's people out here thinking of getting into game dev. Here's the tip. Start small. Make a visual novel. Make a twine.
Make a demo.
Make a demo. Do something small, please. Asking nicely.
Like genuinely, nicely. If you are interested in it, join a game jam and be shocked and appalled by how little you're actually able to accomplish over one weekend.
Mm-hmm. And then it's like, now stretch that timeline out to the entire time.
Yeah.
To the entire game dev cycle.
It's like you can like.
And it's okay to make small things. It's better to make small things. Iteration is how you get better at things. Okay, you make 1,000 shitty drawings, but then you get one really dynamite drawing out of it.
Yeah, just like making small complete things will always teach you more than making a bunch of conceptually huge but incomplete projects.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Just like, and there's nothing wrong with something that is small but like neat.
Yeah, some of my favorite games are 15 minutes long, and I dead ass mean that.
Yeah, it's just like, if it's short but well executed, that will stay in people's minds, rather than this project that never gets released because it's never completed, even if it was your magnum opus.
Yep. It's learn to scale it back, and it's like your first thing should not be your dream project. Your dream project should not be your first thing. You should do a bunch of bunch of things that are nowhere near your dream project, because either one, you're going to learn the skills for your dream project,
Yes.
in which case you'll be better at making it, or two, you'll realize that you don't want to do your dream project. Now that you know how it works, you want to do something different. And
Yeah.
that's fine. That's great that you do. It's great that you do. This applies for game dev. This applies for animation. This applies for filmmaking as well.
This applies for writing. This applies for...
Yep. Short stories exist for a reason.
Pretty much any creative. Yeah. And also, consider whether or not your magnum opus needs all of what it is to still be your magnum opus. Like, you can still make like a really powerful and effective thing that doesn't have a ton in it. Like, how much does it actually need to communicate what you're trying to do?
Oh,
Hi, Jace, by the way. Sorry, we're getting philosophical about being a creative.
Absolutely. And we're both like kind of reveling in that fact of just like, whoo, boy, glad I'm not doing this professionally.
Yeah.
Even you're like semi-professionally because you're taking money for it. But me, it's like, there's a reason I'm like, I don't want to make money off my stream.
Yeah, I totally understand it, because it does add like a pressure to it. Every day I'm so glad that I have it explicitly stated in my TOS that like, you are not going to get your thing fast. I have never had to cancel a commission. I can guarantee your thing will be done. It is not going to be fast. I work a full-time job. This is not my main source of income. I do not have the pressure of someone who is doing freelance full-time. And I'm going to approach it like that. And so I'm going to work on it when I have time and when I feel up to it. And you are going to get a better product for it. And that's why my prices are much lower than they should be. And I recognize that. But that's why. It's because I'm not doing this in a professional capacity. And you are going to pay in time.
Yeah. It's like there's fast, cheap, and well. You get to pick two. You get to pick two.
Yes, exactly. And it's like, I offer my stuff and they're good value product and they're cheap. But I'm going to take my time with them.
Yeah, it will not be done fast. Not at all. And I'm glad. Like that is the other thing about like being a professional artist is like learning, especially if you're a freelance artist, is like learning to be kind to yourself with like your deadlines and your TOS and respecting yourself and everything. For some people, it's like they're like, it's like they raise their prices because they're like, yeah, it's worth it. And even though that might turn some people off and I might get less like people like getting my services, it's still going to be better for me in the long run.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Or like with you, it's just like, I don't have the time to do it like a bunch here. So it's like, I adjust my things like accordingly. You could charge more, but it's like, no, I'm just going to take my time with it. And that's what's going to make it worth the money I'm charging.
Yeah. Because I definitely think one of the reasons I do not raise my prices, even though I definitely think I could, is because if I raise my prices, I would feel more pressure to do it faster. Where it's like, if someone was putting down like $800 for a rig from me, I would be like, oh my gosh, they put down a whole chunk of money for a rigging commission for me. I need to get this done for them. But like, now, because for me, I'm like, I'm offering discount rigging commissions and they're good quality commissions that I take pride in and I'm very mindful with them, and I, have attention to detail with them. Like, and they're only $400, and I know I should be charging more. So I feel no guilt or pressure for taking my time with this.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that, like, sometimes the argument is made of just like, oh, if you charge less, it makes you're affecting like the price of everyone else. And it's like, no, the other people who charge more likely don't take as long as you do with it.
Yeah.
That's the key difference. It's like, yeah, they charge more because, and they deserve to charge more because they do it in like, weeks instead of months.
Yeah, because it's their main job. So that's what they're going to be spending most of their attention on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's different. I'm like, I am targeting like a different market as well, because my main clientele are people who are passionate about what they're doing but have not gotten their like foot out the door to like really make a substantial amount of money from it yet. So it's like, I want to be available as an option for them to help them be able to afford a good quality product, but they have to take the investment with time.
Oh, God, art is hard.
Art is hard.
Art is hard. This has gotten me through this piece I'm working on, though. So,
yay!
I'm not gonna say what it is. But I will say it's a secret model for me.
Ooh.
It's especially one for a special stream. Teehee. Wink.
Smiling. It's always hard to balance the amount you charge. I always get worried my prices are too high, but most freelance stuff I do helps me get by even with a full-time job. Yeah. And it's like, that's the thing, is that you also have to charge what do you need? If you need more money, then charge more money. Like, thankfully for me, my full-time job supports like my living expenses. For me, commissions, most of my commission monies goes to commissioning other artists.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was fucking coming.
Like, that's really what the majority of my commission money goes into, is commissioning other artists or like buying things for my stream, which is like not things that I need, but things that I like.
Yeah.
Oh, I got interrupted by an ad.
Oh no. Oh, oh no, the post got unpinned. Oh no. Hold on, I'm just gonna repost it. Hold on. Teehee.
Yeah, I think I made it the time pinned instead of the until I unpin it.
Yeah, it always defaults to the time pin.
Yeah, thank you though, because I've used that post myself, and because the method that I had been using before stopped working.
Yeah, that's partially why I made that post, because it stopped working for me too. And it's like I like did the time and I did the research to figure out which one fucking worked, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. And it's like, I remember I didn't do a stream that weekend because the time I would have spent streaming, I spent making that video.
So awesome. I love that video. It's so useful.
Thank you. I also think it's I just like seeing my model talk. That's just me. That's me. That's me. Yeah, what we talk about all the time, playing with JPEGs like dolls.
I love playing with JPEGs like dolls. I loved when Niar was throwing the can at your head during your guys' stream, because I was like, this is what this is what VTubing should be about.
This is what it's all about, baby. Like, waving a PNG at me.
Like, I need less talking about 4D boob physics. I need more of you guys throwing cans at each other's heads.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like, throwing things at people's heads is funny.
It's funny.
It's funny.
And it's like, ow, thanks. And it's like, to me, that's like, that's utilizing something that you can't do without having a PNG or like having a a cartoon representation of it. So, because it's like no one's going to be throwing cans at someone's real head.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you're a cartoon. Do cartoony stuff with it. Explode yourself. Like, squash yourself into with a hydraulic press. Like, I need VTubers utilizing more like cartoon physical comedy, and I'm so serious about this. I want a redeem that smashes someone with a big mallet and it makes them like the size of a quarter for like a minute.
And then they pop up like an accordion.
Like, that would... We need more stuff like that. We genuinely need more stuff like that. Like,
so true,
like,
bestie.
You are
honestly.
a cartoon. Take advantage of it.
Yeah. I love being a cartoon on the internet, legitimately. Like,
Literally.
This was the plan all along, like, for me. Like, I have my own show. This was it, you know?
One second. I want to see...
Thrown objects make your head concave.
Will this work?
What are you doing?
Oh yeah. Can I show you guys something that was kind of... It was like an experiment that I did, and it kind of... For some reason, I wasn't happy with the end result, so I didn't go with it, but it's something that is on my current model.
Yeah. I'm watching. Oh! 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 Oh!
Hey.
Put it back. Put it back.
Hey, baby girl. What
Hi,
you doing
Odd.
over here?
No! Oh God! No! No! I can see the stump of your neck there. Ah! Why are you big?
Yeah. So
I already said I just got here. I gotta go.
I definitely think for my 4.0, I want to bring more stuff like that. I want more silly cartoon toggles like that.
Well, there has to be a thing where like your head explodes for a second,
and
then like a balloon inflates and pops and then your head's back.
It's like, I want my head to explode. I want you to be able to smash my head concave. Like, listen, that's the real power of rigging that I don't think is utilized as much as it should be.
I agree. I will not have that with mine because I just rock PNGs. So it's like I have to work with the limitations that I have.
Yeah.
But I think I work pretty well with those limitations.
I'm thinking, like, I feel like you could honestly, like, here's the thing. I could totally see a redeem. Not, like, I don't think you could do it with the Ashley can, but I could see a redeem that, like, smashes you with a mallet, and the mallet is big enough that it hides your model, and then, like, with the bot, it automatically switches you to a model where you're just squished. Like, I feel like there's stuff you could do with PNG.
Yes, it would require like a bit of trickery using something like Mix It Up.
Yeah, you would have to utilize like a bot, but you could do it.
Oh, and you already just figured out Ashley Can is here.
Yeah, it was really funny because it was like I think it was Ray was trying to use Ashley Can, and then Ashley was like,
that doesn't work here.
Yeah, I was like, and then I just added, I was like, hey, and then everyone immediately started pelting them.
No! Oh! Pardon me.
Wait.
Oh, EP. Sorry.
Oh, this is the yawn stream.
Okay, cool. All right. Uh,
We be yawning in this bitch.
all right. Is that here? I'm doing something right. I'm drawing sneakers right now.
Ugh.
Splatoon fans be like, I like to draw sneakers.
Insane people. I wish I could draw really cool chunky sneakers. My brain don't work that way.
I'm glad though that we're in an agreement that chunky sneakers are cool.
They're awesome. I literally had a whole stream with my friend where we were just trying to learn how to draw sneakers. So we're both like, we love seeing art with like huge chunky sneakers, but we hate drawing them.
And did you figure it out or no?
I think it helped. For me, at least, my friend almost immediately got distracted and started drawing other stuff.
Oops. Whoops.
Yeah, they were just like, this sucks. Starts drawing other stuff. And I'm like, no, that's the whole point. We have to do it until it doesn't suck.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well. What do you mean design pencil? That's not what I wanted. Clip Studio. God damn it.
I feel like I should watch videos about how shoes are made. So I actually feel like that would help. Because
that's
like
smart, actually.
For
that's
me, really I don't do it as much anymore, but I used to sew as a hobby. I like used to make my own clothes. And like I still have a couple things that I still wear. And I feel like knowing how clothes were constructed has helped me draw clothes. Because it's like I know where like the seams are. And I do think adding like the seams does help, like add dimension to clothes.
Hold on, question from the chat. From Ripped Catboy. Hey, I was wondering, is it common for most people to use a drawing tablet with Live 2D? I've only used a mouse. I don't have a computer tablet.
Oh, I'm using a mouse. The tablet is just for visual effect. But
legit? Really?
Yeah, I'm currently rigging with a mouse.
All right. No, rock on. All right.
Yeah, the only reason I have the tablet on the model is just so that you can see my cursor moving around, and so I feel like that's nice.
Hand on mouse, hand on keyboard for hotkeys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here's a question though. What tablet do you use actually for drawing?
So I have a Surface. Which one is it? It's a Surface. It's like one of their higher quality laptops. It's like a Surface Studio Pro, I think.
Yeah, I know of that one. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I use for my drawing tablet.
Nice. You want to know what I use actually?
What is it?
I use a Intuos 3 Wacom tablet. Like I don't have a screen tablet at all.
Like the OG.
Yep. Like this tablet that I'm drawing on currently, I have had since 2007.
Based. Yeah.
And I have, and it's very funny because I'm going to complain about the animation industry again here. A lot of studios are like, we want people who have a Wacom, like a Cintiq experience, or like, or any like screen tablet, because like Cintiqs are not like the only game in town anymore. There's a lot of third party ones, but it's like a lot of them want you to know how to draw on like one of those, and I never learned because I could never afford it. Because they're always so fucking expensive.
It's a bit like prohibitive, like, and I feel like that is very common. I feel like the industry's a little bit better than it was, but for a while they were like, you have to know how to use Photoshop. And like now they're a little bit opening. I was like, okay, if you have used like open source art programs and like can produce the results, it's okay. But for a while there was like, you have to know Photoshop, and it's like, you have to, and Photoshop is expensive, or you could always yo ho ho, but I hated that Photoshop was an industry standard for so long.
Do you want to know a little dirty little secret?
Mm-hmm.
My friend who worked in when I lived in Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
my friend who worked at Floyd County, who worked at the Bento Box and all that, he straight up lied on his resume. He says,
Based.
"Yeah, I know Flash. Yeah, I know Toon Boom. I know Toon Boom. Yeah, absolutely. He didn't. He knew Flash.
Based.
But the thing is that like his his demo reel was his resume, and they were
Mhm.
like, "Oh yeah, you know how to animate. Yeah, come on, we're
Yeah,
hiring
exactly. It's almost
And-
like you still have the skill set.
you." Mm-hmm.
And it translates into other art programs. You just have to learn the UI.
Yeah, there's so many. There are so many studios that were like, "Listen, this guy's been here 20 years drawing on paper. We just taught him how to use a computer,
Mm-hmm.
and he still made great shit." Because like, if the talent and the skill is there, it's there,
Yeah.
and you just change the medium, and
Like,
it's fine. It's fine.
the idea that I feel like it's weird to have the idea that you have to know how to use the program before you start working there, because like there acts like it's like this big skill that you have to develop over like years of experience, when it's really just like someone takes a day or two to just show you the basics of the UI, and then it's the same as any other art program.
Yep.
And then your skills just immediately translate, because what you actually know is how to animate. It's not about your knowledge of how to use a specific art program. It's your skill to animate. And that's what people
Yep.
should be hiring you for, not whether or not you know Photoshop or not.
That's why I always say the demo reel is king. The demo reel is fucking king. There's two in the animation industry. There's two things that they look for. It's how good is your demo reel, and do you suck as a person to be around?
Pretty much. And yeah.
And they will, and multiple times I have been told that they will pick someone who is pleasant to be around over someone who's technically better, because the person who is technically better was basically Rick from Rick and Morty.
Yeah. No, I have heard that, because it's like the animation industry is so small that like if you
travels.
If you are a terrible person, you will get blacklisted, because everyone knows everyone. So everyone will, if you submit like a hiring application, they'll talk to their other like
Hey,
people
what do you know
in
about
leadership.
this guy?
And I was like, hey, you worked with this person. How were they? And they were like, they were terrible. Do not hire them. And then you won't get a job.
Yep. People, hey, guess what? People in the industry talk to each other.
It's like
a lot.
Be a good person to work with.
It's that fucking simple.
It literally is.
Oh, I have so much shit to say about this. Oh man. Oh God. But yeah, like I said, I at this point, it's a point of pride for me that I've been using this same fucking tablet for like, God, hold on, I gotta do some math real quick. 17 years I've had this fucking thing.
Wow. I still have my Wacom Bamboo, and it still works. I use it to play DS games that I emulate on my computer.
That's smart. That's smart, actually.
Yeah, but it's like the thing with, again, the screen tablets, one, even if you had actually gotten a job in the industry and they had their own equipment, it's not that hard. You would learn. You just learn on the job. It's not that difficult.
Yep.
And two, like, yes, they do help. Like, I won't say that, like, I regret getting I regret having something that I could draw on the screen. It's so useless. It's basically the same. Like, it does help. But again, if you have the skill set, you will work with it. Like, if my Surface got shot by a fucking sniper, like, it would be a little bit of a learning curve to go back to my Wacom Bamboo, but my skills are still there, and I would pick it back up, and I'd be like, okay, I can do this now.
Precisely.
It's like it's the tools, but your skill set is still there.
It's okay. This is something I was actually talking about with Odd earlier today. We talked a bit about like art school and
I'm
stuff.
so sad I missed that stream. I was I was walking around a lake with my mother because the weather was super nice today.
No, that's the right thing to do actually. It's a good stream. But also that you didn't hear then. Hey, Odd's gonna be on my stream on the 14th, and we're gonna be talking about art school.
Oh,
That's gonna be a talk show stream, and it's gonna be really good.
yeah. You
Um,
guys have a lot to say about that.
Oh,
That's awesome.
do we fucking ever? But yeah, so what I was saying to Odd is that like I would tell people all the time, I'm an animation student, which means I'm a part-time film student
Mm,
because there are so many skills that transfer
mm-hmm.
between those two things. And one of those skills is like, learning framing, learning
Yes.
editing,
How to
learning,
make things look appealing in motion still are that's still the same skill whether or not it's like live action film or if it's being animated.
precisely. Yeah. And so like it's important to know that stuff. And what the example I gave is that there are some kids who are really good at drawing, exceptionally good at drawing, really good technical artists, sucked ass at storytelling. Absolutely sucked shit at storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
And they fucking cratered. They fucking cratered.
Yeah, because there's a lot that goes into animation beyond just drawing good.
Listen, I was, I don't know if you could tell from the stuff that I put on Twitch, but I love Adult Swim. I'm an Adult Swim kid. A lot of Adult Swim stuff does not look technically great. One of my favorite shows when I was in school was 12 Ounce Mouse. That show looks like shit. That show was literally drawn on photocopier paper. Literally, they drew all the characters for that show on copy paper. They scanned it in, and they just like animated it using After Effects. And
Yeah, but
that
that's
show,
space though.
yeah, that show had a plot that was basically like Lost.
Wow.
And it's like Lost was like on the air at the time too. And I remember me and my friends would discuss that show at the same level as we were discussing Lost episodes, perhaps even more so at some times.
Like it was that deep.
It was that deep. It absolutely was that deep. It was a good show. Oh, screaming, ripping my shirt apart like a werewolf. Oh, oh, God. But yeah, that's what I'm getting at with all of this. It's like there skills transfer between things. So many of your skills that you have likely will transfer to other things in creative fields. What I learned in photography, I applied to shooting video, which I applied to animating. Because animations are films. I could whenever I do a dumb little lore thing for my stream, I was like, this is a film I'm making. I'm a filmmaker.
Yeah.
And it took me a bit to start calling myself that again, but I actually believe it. I am a filmmaker.
Yeah.
When I do a 55-minute stream where I'm acting out a thing with my friend Doom, and we're not answering the chat at all, we're making a film.
Yeah.
All right. Oh man.
Whew. Like you said, the skills transfer. It's just God. Like it's making things in motion appealing.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
And whether it's like a funny cartoon character or if it's a live action like thing you're shooting, same principles apply.
Yeah.
It's just a different medium. Oh God, I didn't expect to get this riled up. This is a good riled up. This is a very
this is a passionate.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is me just being like, oh, I actually do love doing this. I do love it. It's an accomplishment for me to say that like at this juncture in my life. Because like I said, I've said in the past, I burnt out super fucking hard like years ago. That's why I never made it in the industry, because I burnt out so bad, and I couldn't do art for years. Like maybe like 3-4 years, I couldn't make art. I did some stuff, like I did some writing here and there. It's like I literally finished a manuscript and tried to get it published, but it didn't work out. Like, and
Yeah.
it didn't work out because I was like, oh, wait a minute, this I'm feeling the same way I did when I was trying to get into animation, and this feels bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm out. I am OWT out.
Just like
Here. Ugh.
Yeah.
Hey, save your stuff. I just remembered to save right now.
I will save.
Does Live 2D automatically save?
It does have backups, but like their backups are like periodic. So like if it crashed, you could still potentially lose a bit of progress.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I have tried so many programs that have autosaves. Not once has it worked properly for me. I have always ended up losing some shit. I'm like, nope. I will always manually save.
Yeah, because it's like I did. There was one time where I did like my Live 2D did crash, and I was like, oh my gosh, I straight up like stopped working on the thing for today. I was like, I don't want to redo all the stuff that I just worked on. But I did later remember, oh, there's a backup folder, and I was actually able to find it. But it was funny because the exact same thing happened like a couple days after the first crash with Clip Studio, and I lost a bunch of progress on that. And I was like, I don't want to do anything. Oh, and that one I was not able to save. So I had to do that over. But I did do it over because it's part of my debut on Saturday. And I'm really excited to show you.
This Saturday! That's right! Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I didn't schedule anything that day.
Oh yeah, you're probably gonna be in bed recovering from your
like booster.
Your booster.
Yeah.
3 p.m. EST. I think.
Yeah.
I set a time so arbitrarily just because I'm most likely going to be free like all day that day, but I'm not a morning stream person, so I'm like, let's try to do like early afternoon. Mm-hmm. So like I theoretically could have streamed earlier, but I just never do.
I mean 3 o'clock is not really early afternoon. It's just
afternoon.
It's just afternoon. Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to be nice about it, but it's like, girl, that's just the afternoon. that's just afternoon, baby.
Okay. I personally consider 1 to 3 early afternoon.
No. I'll give you like 1 to 2 is like early afternoon. After that, it's just afternoon. Okay.
Here's my completely arbitrary classing. 1 to 3 is early afternoon. 4 to 6 is afternoon. 7 to 10 is evening.
No. Once you hit 5 o'clock, that's evening.
5 o'clock is not evening. 5 o'clock is afternoon.
5 o'clock. Okay, so you're gonna say it's the afternoon until like what, 8 o'clock or something?
No, it's afternoon until 7.
Until 7.
6 o'clock is afternoon. I have to mentally convince myself that I get off work on the afternoon and not the evening, or else I'm going to explode.
So you're gonna say that 6 o'clock is the afternoon when it's been dark for 2 hours in December.
Not in summer.
Not in summer. When your voice is scaled upward. Not in summer. Summertime.
Yeah. My voice be cracking.
It's like, please let summer. Don't do this to me.
I am so glad that I'm not transmasked, because I would be so scared of the things that my voice would be doing when I would first get on TV. It would be so embarrassing. My voice would be cracking like crazy.
Oh,
I would like not show my face for like 4 months.
Yeah, you're not strong enough to be trans because you couldn't go through the second puberty.
No, I would be so embarrassed.
Shout outs to our trans mask warriors out there.
We love you. Yeah, it was funny because I did have a friend who, like, I actively was, like, there during when he first started taking tea, and I'm sorry, it's funny. I'm sorry, y'all.
You're like, you sound like you're huffing helium.
Like, I'm sorry. It's funny when it happens to cis dudes. It's funny when it happens to trans dudes. Your voice cracks and I'm gonna laugh. I'm sorry.
It's equality. It's equality, people.
It's so funny. It doesn't matter who it happens to. You get excited and your voice goes up and you hit that little. It's funny.
Don't you literally have trans masks watching right now?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, dude. But I also feel like being able to tease you about that stuff is like a sign of like being comfortable with it. You know what I mean?
Yes. I am, obviously I'm not trans mask. Mm-hmm. I am the other direction, but it's like I'm not doing
I made fun of my older brother for his voice cracking when he was a teenager. I'm gonna make fun of you when your voice cracks when you go on tea. I'm sorry. That's just who I am as a person. Mm-hmm. I'm happy for you. I'm excited for you. I will be teasing you. When you get that, pathetic little baby mustache, like when you start going, I'm gonna rip you apart. I'm sorry. Like, again, I'm happy for you, but the little baby mustache is funny.
You are funny. So fucked up for this.
There's this message that my friend has saved of me that is like one of my most iconic statements. It's like one of my most iconic quotes, and it's just like, I don't want equality, I want to oppress men.
I mean, that's true.
It's just
there's a branding. That's yours, you know.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah.
Don't worry, I'm right there with you.
It's like, I recognize. See, the thing is like, I recognize it's temporary. Like, if this was just like how you were going to be forever, I would not make fun of you for it. But I recognize that it's like a temporary period, and I'm gonna poke fun at it because it's funny.
Listen, there's a rule that I have with making fun of people, okay? And it's, you never make fun of somebody for something that they can't fix in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. And it's like, I feel like this kind of fits in that simply because like it is like temporary sort of thing.
Yes, it's very much temporary. Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those things. Like, of course, it depends, because I'm like, I've never had a friend personally who is like super like embarrassed by it.
If they asked you to stop, you would stop.
Exactly.
Instantly.
Like, if they seemed like really self-conscious about it, then like I wouldn't make fun of it. But it's like, for most of my friends, it was just like, yeah, we acknowledge that your voice just cracked when you got really excited, and it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing: you wouldn't be doing it if they didn't like it, because then it's like, it's only fun when when the person is in on the joke. You know, when someone's in on the teasing, then it's funny. When they're not in on the teasing, then it's just straight up bullying.
Yes,
and
you're just being an asshole. Like,
exactly.
Like, to me, that is like this is a slight digression, but to me, that's like the best metric for like a prank, is that like, after the person learns that they're being pranked, are they laughing? Then it's a good prank.
Or are they pissed?
Yeah, like, if they're mad or sad or like in distress, it was a bad prank. But if after the fact that they realize that they have been pranked, they're laughing alongside with you, I'm like, okay, yeah, it was a good prank.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they should be a part of the joke. The joke should not be at their expense.
Yeah, they should be in on it. Absolutely. Even if they don't know they're in on it at first. You know? Also, a prank landed really well if they were like, okay, but I'll help you get our other friend.
Yes,
with it.
exactly. It's like, we immediately need to do this prank on someone else because it was so funny. Like, I hate YouTube for a myriad of reasons, but I especially hate YouTube for what they have done to the idea of a prank. Like, there are so many terrible, just like, it's like, you're not pranking that person, you're just lying to them and just like giving them, and you're just making them panic. And it's like, that's not fun.
Yeah.
But a good prank lands hard.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just went on Twitter. Bad
Ew.
move. Bad move. But someone's just like, I may be potentially over the camera resist, but would you consider this tracing? And it's someone literally drawing guidelines over a photo reference. And it's like, is this tracing? And
Yeah,
it's like, no,
I saw that post earlier.
No,
it's just like,
no, it's not. No, it's not. Oh,
you are
I'm so
literally
mad.
just using references. That's literally just like, literally that is the first thing that you should learn to do when learning art. It's like, dude, Renaissance painters drew from life. Like, that's just being an artist. That's just normal.
Man. Okay. All right.
Yeah, again, it's like, making things harder for yourself doesn't necessarily make your art better.
Hey, you know what? We were talking about cheating before. I'm about to do a cheat here.
Yay.
I'm about to do a cheat. I'm looking at this. I'm like, these shoes are too small. Like, I'm realizing that, like, in comparison to the rest of this, these shoes are too small. So I am just going to I'm just going to select it and just artificially make them bigger.
Exactly.
I'm just
I
going to
know
take
the second
this.
I'm finished with doing the angles on this shoe, that I'm just gonna copy and paste it on the other side.
I'm pressing Control T. I'm making it bigger. I'm gonna have to redo the coloring on this because those color layers aren't gonna match up now. But hey, guess what? That looks better.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna select the other one and I'm gonna do the same goddamn thing. Here, and that looks better.
Oh,
It
can I ask
instantly-
you a question, or would it be too behind the scenes?
You can ask the question. I will let you know if I can answer it.
Does your current 3.0 have feet?
Yes.
Yay!
Yes, it does. Yeah, no, it does. I've posted the full model actually before. I posted it on Twitter.
I don't remember.
Here, I'm gonna find it on I'm gonna find the tweet and I'm just
Not
gonna
if I
send it
can't find it first. I'm already on your
fine.
Twitter.
Yeah, I found it. Okay. You know, here I have it. My model has almost always had feet. Okay. Here we go. Where are you? There you are. Here's the tweet of both of them next to each other.
Oh, I just found your version of your 2.0 where you had your hair in pigtails. It's so cute. Oh yeah, I did see this. I forgot.
It's fine. Yeah, no, my model has, even though it's always behind the desk, like it does have feet. But you know what though? Like, you know what doesn't have feet? The Fugi I'm using right now.
No, that makes sense.
But it's like also like I didn't have to draw that full thing. I could have just done like a half drawing of it, and it would have been fine because the model never leaves the desk. Is the thing. You want to know how my thing is actually set up in OBS? The model itself, because I use a program called Honk, which I've talked to you about before. The actual model that I with in that program doesn't have arms. It doesn't have arms, and I have arms on a separate layer.
That's how you can switch the arms.
Exactly. That's how I could switch them. And I intended to do more, but like I ran out of time before like the debut, and I was like the season 3 premiere, and I was like, it's more important for me to just do this. I can add more I could fix this later, but like those arms are separate, and so I can hit a button and switch the position of them and do big different poses with them.
Right.
That's cheating. That is cheating by doing that.
It's being smart. It's like, how do I work with the tools that I have to get the results that I want?
Exactly. God, or like, you know, Okay, this is something I told Odd earlier. You know how like I have the intro video where it has the space station like turning in front of like a star background.
Uh-huh.
That that's a physical model, right? Like an actual
Like a
like
3D model.
no, I mean like it's made out of junk and is sitting in a box here in my living room.
Oh, like it's a picture.
No, it's a practical effect. It's made out of a bird feeder.
Oh.
It's literally a bird feeder I got at Goodwill, and I put drinking straws, cardboard bits on it, and a lid from a Crystal Light canister, and I spray painted it all silver.
That's
And
awesome.
and I hung it from the ceiling. And put it in front of like like one of those science fair trifold boards.
Mm-hmm.
I put it in front of one of those with holes punched in it, and I put white string lights in it, and
Wow.
I just filmed that hanging.
So that whole thing is just an actual video of something you have physical.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. When people say my stream is Mystery Science Theater, I'm like, you don't even know. You don't even know. Like it is a actual physical model I made, and I shot the video of it, and then I turned the video, slowed it down, put a bunch of effects on it, and that's what you see on my start screen.
Yeah. Again, that's just like that film skill of just like, how do I make this visually appealing? Without thinking of like, I have to make this like quote unquote correctly. Like, I have
super detailed.
Like, I have to get like I have to like commission a 3D modeler to make a space station, and then have them get like a painting of like a starry sky or something. And it's just like, no, how do I make this look good?
How do I make it's like I could have done that. I could have gotten someone to 3D model it. I could have 3D models it myself. I could have made a back matte painting or something like that. But I just made do with what I got, because I still got to the same place at the end, which is I need a space station rotating in front of a star background.
Yeah, it's like, it's not like, what is the quote unquote correct thing to do, or just like, what gets the end result that you wanted?
Precisely.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
I am so glad I was able to reveal that to you. Like, I try to use practical effects whenever I can. Like,
I love you, practical effects.
Okay, so with my season 3, all of my canthros are all 3D models now. But it's like almost all the logos are like the cans that were PNGs in season 2. Those are all photos of actual energy drinks I bought. They're actual photos. And then what I did is I just took those photos, cropped out the logos, and just like put them onto like the 3D can model, and using like which is what a friend of mine made, because he's very good at rudimentary like 3D modeling. And I just took those photos and just put them on there, and just like, yeah, it's like it's not like a 1-for-1 like exactly like it, but it's like close enough to you like, oh yeah, that's a C4 can, that's a Rockstar can. You can see it at a distance because it's on screen for like 3 seconds, flipping through the air and hitting me in the head.
Right. It's like recognizable from a distance, because you can see and you can tell what the drink is, and that was the end goal. It's just like,
yeah,
you should be able to tell what the drink is when it gets thrown at you.
It's fun to see, like, Easter egg sort of thing. It's like, did you know if you pause it and see this, you could see all these details? And I'm like, yeah, that's nifty, but how much work went into that? That could have been gone into something else.
Yeah.
And sometimes that something else is, resting.
Yes.
Like,
yeah, putting all the detail in is cool, and it's like, sometimes like I like putting, because I've done it definitely before with my rigging. It's like, sometimes I do like to put the tiny details that no one's gonna notice, but I notice it and it makes me happy. Like the fact that my dragon model had a third eyelid, that you literally cannot see at normal blinking speed. But I was like, I know that my dragon form would theoretically have a third eyelid, and I want to do it. And so like, I don't care that you actually can't see it normally. It makes me happy knowing that it's there.
And you know what that is? That's doing art for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is. That's you doing art for yourself. And that is one of the most important things you can do is doing art for yourself.
I'm adding this because it makes me happy knowing it's there.
Precisely. Oh God. Yeah, it's like I like knowing that my model has like a full, she has boots, she has pants on and everything. I like the fact that she has that as that there. Do I need to have it there? Not particularly, but I like that it's there.
Yeah. Makes you happy knowing it's there.
Yeah. It's the thing that I would still say like all the time is you make art because you want it to exist. And that's what you did with like your like third eye thing. You wanted that to exist.
Yes, exactly. It's like because have a good day. Have good work, Ray.
Have a good evening at work, Ray. Good luck to you.
But yeah, that's like the thing because I'm an artist, but I'm also kind of a biology nerd. I love like speculative biology and stuff like that. So it's like the idea, it's like I want this because I know this is how this creature would actually behave. And I want to make another dragon model one day, but the one thing is
that's all part of the art. That's part of the art.
Well, one of the things is that when I redesigned my dragon model, I made her like really lanky. I made her more of like a long Eastern style dragon, and it's hard to pose that in a way for her to like sit in the corner of a stream. So I'm still like thinking like I don't know how to like pose her.
Yeah. That's all part of like the delicate balance of this. It's like you want to do things because they're fun. You want to keep things simple, but also, it's like, oh, I want to keep it simple, but also there's things I just straight up want to do that aren't simple because they're fun or because they're interesting to me,
Yeah.
And that's the balance we have to strike with it. But it's like as long as we're enjoying ourselves doing it, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if you're losing sleep and like you're just like crushing yourself to death doing it, fucking chill out.
Yeah.
Chill out, bro.
Yeah, because it's funny because there's a lot of things that I see like other riggers posting on like Twitter, and it's like something that is like extremely technically impressive of like, wow, that took like a really long time to do. Why did you do it? But there's like other stuff, and it's like completely arbitrary based on just my own personal taste. There's other stuff that I see and I'm like, that could like be done way easier in a different way, but like the challenge of figuring out how to do that is intriguing to me, and it makes me want to do it.
Sometimes the difficult part is part of the art. Honestly. Okay, so there is another streamer. I'm going to talk about. Can I talk about another streamer on your stream?
Yeah, sure.
Here, yeah, sure. It's you might have seen him around, the streamer Condition Bleen, who is Martin. His setup is like a bunch of CRT stacked.
Yes.
And he went over his setup on a stream one time. It is wildly complex. He has so many video capture inputs. He has so many cables going around his room. It's such a complicated setup. And it would be so much easier if all he did was just like make like the setup in like Blender and then just like put the screens in there. It would have been so much easier and no one could have tell. People still think it's Blender when they're new to the stream. But the fact that it's all physical, that's part of the art.
Yeah, he did that because he wanted to do it.
Precisely. And that's what I'm getting at with this, It's like sometimes doing stuff the hard way, that's the art of it.
Yeah.
And that fucking rules.
Yeah, because it's for me, it's funny because it's like I see people adding like hand tracking to 2D models, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. If you want hand tracking, just get a 3D model, because one, the hand tracking in VTube Studio is not that good anyway. It's like not that accurate. And two,
tell 'em.
it takes like such an insane amount of work just to like render like a hand turning around in live 2D. And it's like, I understand, and I wouldn't be surprised if one day I do add it to a model just to see if I could do it on a technical level, just because it does intrigue me on a technical level. But like, it would never be something that I would do like to be charged for. Like, I would never do it like a commissioner asked me like, hey, can you add this? I would either, it would have to be a model that I would just add it just because I want to see if I can do it.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I made my sneakers bigger. I color them in. Yeah, no, this works. It's better
Yay.
now. It's better now. Yo, this model's almost done, actually.
Awesome.
Oh, fuck, man. I've been chipping away at this little by little for like the past like week or so. It's fucking coming in that, and it's like being on the stream talking with you like this has gotten the juices flowing.
Literally, like, it's the whole reason work and lurk is a genre, because it's like, yeah, working alongside someone and like just chatting with them, it does help you just like focus on getting stuff done.
I mean, you know what this is? This is like when I'm in like the art lab, like in college again. It's like when we're all sitting around and we're working on our stuff, it's like nobody, like when you're in a lab with other people, you know, or a studio with other people, you're not just going to sit there with your headphones on, nose to the computer the entire time. You're going to do it. You're going to walk around. You're going to talk to other people. You're going to see what other people are doing. It's going to inspire you, and it's going to make you work more so as a result, because you have like that lubricant of other people being around, and being around other people and being in the element of being around other artists turns out helps you be a better artist.
Crazy to consider.
It's fucked up to think about that, but it's true. God,
fucked up if true.
I hate that I work second shift. I hate that I work second shift so much. It's
there's like no one around.
Well, it's like it's sort of, it means that like, you know, whenever there are people doing like art streams like you are right now, or it's like anytime where people are streaming or anything like that, I'm at work. I don't get home until like 11 o'clock at night, which is like, you know, and then it's like at that point it's like, well, I'm gonna be asleep in an hour or 2 hours at this point. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
I love morning streamers. That's another thing, is that so many streamers that I like stream in like the afternoon, which makes sense because that's like most people will like, even if they don't work a job, they're like doing stuff in the morning. They're like getting chores done, they're like going shopping, or you know, they're getting stuff done away from their desk, and then they stream in the afternoon. Totally common. I understand. I'm the same way. I love morning streamers because I work from home and a desk job, and having my silly little goober talking to me in my ear helps so much. Like, thank you all morning streamers. Thank you Vixie. Thank you Izzy. Thank you Andu. I love all of you. I need more morning streamers.
Gotcha. I used to work from home. I don't anymore. And I'm not going to get into details on that because we're live right now. But I used to work from home, and you bet your goddamn that I was putting on morning streamers all the time.
It's so nice.
I worked from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and it's like I had my work laptop that I would turn 90 degrees on my L-shaped desk to work on my work laptop, but on my regular computer, you bet your ass I had streamers up on there.
It's so nice. It's like funny because it's like, you know, a lot of times at like office jobs that I have like right now, it's like, oh, the 2 monitors helps, you know, your productivity, so you can drag stuff over for reference and you can write your document to the other screen, and I'm like, I have all my work squished onto one monitor because I need my other monitor for my funny little fellow who gives me dopamine.
I want it for my cartoon friends on
Yes, like my little cartoon character is saying their funny little words, and I need this. This is what gives me my productivity, because if you give me two work things on both screens, my brain is gonna zone out and I'm not gonna do anything.
Precisely. Oh God, I unfortunately I have like a multi-monitor setup like at my job, at the office, you know, that works second shift, but unfortunately, like it's like, you know, the internet is monitored there, and so I'm
Yeah.
like, and so it's like I put streams on my phone, which has made me very intimate with Twitch Mobile, and let me tell you, fuck a Twitch Mobile. I'm so mad that I can't block ads on Twitch Mobile.
Yeah, that's what I used to do when I worked in the office. The thing is, it's like, I'm so, you know, there's pros and cons to working from home, but I also had like internet blocked, and it was frustrating because I couldn't watch Twitch, but I could watch YouTube. And it's like, so I got my funny little guy in my YouTube video, but it wasn't the same.
No, it's not the same.
Twitch just gave me a warning. No, you're right. Fuck Twitch Mobile.
What do you mean Twitch? What do you mean Twitch gave you a warning? What did Twitch say, Curly?
It's a thing now where, like, if you were about to send a message that the Twitch like perceives as being like rude, then they'll say like, "Are you sure you want to send this? Like this is a message that might be perceived as being, you know, aggressive or negative."
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I recently got that warning, and I'm like, I don't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure I was sexualizing a man, and it was just so funny. Like,
yeah, Twitch, leave that shit to automod, all right? Let us have our funny automod moments, okay?
So it's like, are you sure you want to send that? And it's just like me, just like, I want to milk that man dry. Just like, yes, I do, Twitch. Press confirm send.
Send.
I know what I'm about.
I know what I'm doing, Twitch.
It's like, yeah, don't worry. I read that message over twice, and I said, you know what? This is a banger. Send that over. Like, I don't think it was exactly that, but it was something along that. It was me saying something crude about a man. And I was just like,
yeah, so true,
bestie. I know what I'm about, Twitch.
Like I keep saying, so true, bestie. God, it's so like, cool. It's so cool being funny.
It's just like, it's literally that image of Squidward. It's just like, we objectify men here, sir.
Yes.
That's literally me. I'm just like, I don't want equality. I want to oppress men. It's just like, my friend will bring that up all the time because it's like one of the most iconic things I've ever said. I don't want equality. I want to oppress men.
Hold on, I'm gonna find that picture for Kurgly. Here we go.
I don't remember what it was in reference to, actually. I'm gonna look it up.
Well, I'm seeing it here as being posted on Reddit, but I'm also seeing one here. It's like, we impregnate men here, sir.
Yeah. No, I was saying what I was originally talking about when I said I don't want equality, I want to oppress men. Oh yes, I remember. I said, no horny unless we're objectifying men, then it's okay. And then my friend reacted with the "it's equality" gif, and I was like, I don't want equality, I want to oppress men.
Here we go. I found, we objectify men here. Squidward.
Literally, that is me. I need to make men uncomfortable to be around me.
God, I am so glad I quit the team. That's my favorite way to talk about being trans. Is I say, yeah, don't worry, I quit the team.
That's good.
What team did I join? I'm undrafted.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm undrafted.
Undecided.
Yeah, exactly. Undeclared. If we're talking about college here again.
Yeah, it's just like.
No, that's the wrong color. Sorry.
But yeah, it was just like one of my favorite artists is Kanoya Sachiko, and it's like she understands the assignment when it comes to objectifying men. Like, I remember seeing what my friend told me one time. There was someone on Reddit who was like talking about her art and was like, her art makes me feel really uncomfortable. Is this how women feel when they see like really sexualized art of them? And I'm like, yes, and that's the goal. We want you to be uncomfortable. We want you to feel objectified. We want you to feel like you're little playthings to us. She's so basic. She's such a good artist. Every day I am so sad that I can't physically own her art book because I live with my mother.
Oh.
Because her art is so good.
You gotta. I hope you one day get to.
Yeah, when I visited my friend in Chicago, they had it, and they had the art book, and I was just like leafing through it, and I was like, oh, this is so beautiful.
It's like, oh,
sniffing the pages, looking the pages. I'm gonna link her.
Just open it up, just huffing them.
Yeah.
It's not the sniffing, it's the shudder afterwards that makes you a pervert. Oh, yo. Oh my god. Ooh. Yeah, Kirkley, exactly. I almost tried to pin Kirkley's message, even though it's like I'm not a mod here. Just
What did they say?
instinctively. Oh no, they just said, oh.
It's like this.
Hold on.
Did she get rid of her Twitter? She did.
No.
I'm so sad if she got rid of her Twitter. I'm going to explode.
Oh.
No, here it is. Okay. I found it. But yeah, I'm looking at her profile. It's technically not like not safe for work, so I'm not like breaking any rules, but it's like that's the thing that's so good about her art is like the men don't need to be naked to feel like they're being undressed. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I see it. I see the vision.
You know what I mean?
Oh man, this one. Oh, hold on. Where is it? This one with like the box cutter. I get it.
Yeah. I love her so much. It's so good.
No, this is all really fucking pretty. Oh my god.
Obsessed with her. I need to be her.
All of this one of this dude where his legs are tied up and doesn't have pants on and is wearing like girl slippers.
Oh, so obsessed. Yeah, I don't know if it's if I like translate well, but my male version of my model is very heavily based off of how she draws men.
My god, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. I wasn't even thinking about that till you pointed it out. I fucking see it. Oh my god. Yo, so many of these guys have nosebleeds.
Tucks hair behind my ears.
I kind of miss the male version of her model, but I think I understand why you opted not to use it anymore.
Well, I just never made a version of my 3.0. He's still like a part of the lore.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry,
Are
I'm
you
just looking at Twitter.
you're
now.
sighing wistfully, looking at like this one of him eating ramen directly out of the pot with his tie
Yeah.
hanging to dry in the background.
Oh, I love the art so much. It's so good. She understands the assignment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she understands. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like, oh my gosh, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, you know how I don't know, like, I feel like I like I'm trying to choose what I'm trying to say very carefully, but it's like,
Say it ugly, and we'll sort it out.
I feel like it's like there's a difference between being attracted to men as a gay man and being attracted to men as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like she understands it, where it's like she's so explicitly like horny about it, but like, I don't know, it's different, and it just hits hard, and it hits exactly like how I want to see it.
I think in an abstract sense, I know what you mean with it.
It's just like, oh, I love her so much.
Is this artist cis?
Cis, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, that makes sense. Because like I could definitely see this, like, you know, you could see why I would ask with this. Like,
oh yes,
I look at this stuff and it's like I could think of 3 or 4 transmasc people in my life who would love this shit. Who would absolutely love this shit.
Yes, but as far as I'm aware, she is a cis woman.
Okay. And that's fine. That's fine.
It's so good. Oh.
Girl.
I need her art book. I need it.
You gotta get it.
I can't. Even the cover is horny. I could maybe get away with it if the cover wasn't horny, and I just kind of just sneakily put it on my shelf and hope my mom doesn't notice. But like, it's so good. I love her art so much.
I'm trying to think of an artist that makes me feel this way, but it's been a while. God.
It's like every single time I see her art, I'm just like, damn, I wish I was brave enough to be this unabashedly horny. I wish I could do this.
I mean, I would ask what's stopping you, but I think you've established what's stopping you.
I'm scared. And my particular neuroses are very specific.
No, I get it, and I'm not about to tell you that they're incorrect. Not in the slightest. Like,
it's like, you know, it's like I could draw a guy like in a traditionally sexful manner, but if I drew a guy in a way that like very lines up with my very specific taste, I would get too self-conscious and explode.
Okay, so here's what you need to do. You need to draw that stuff and then never post it.
I know. And I do a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, listen. I'm gonna tell an art story here. There's a friend of mine, and she was very fucking burnt out on art. She was trying to be a professional artist. She was like she was working like the con circuit for a while, like selling merch and stuff like that. But she worked as like a paralegal, and so And so like she had a job, she hated it and everything. And she was like, she liked art and everything, but she was just so fucking burnt out on it because like she had a pretty significant Twitter following. She would, she fell into the trap of like posting stuff in order to get like attention online
Yeah.
for it, which then meant she started drawing stuff that she wasn't 100% about, but it got the clicks, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, My Hero Academia is pretty popular.
Ugh.
Let me make a print for this and stuff like that and
Yeah,
everything.
it's like, especially if you're a merch artist, where it's
Mhm.
like you really have to like feel like you really have to keep track of like what's big.
Yeah, exactly. Because you know what sells. A
Mhm.
kid's gonna roll up and just be like, wow, it's a thing. Oh,
Mhm.
it's One Piece. Oh, do you have Chainsaw Man?
Yeah.
That's for
Why
the
is a kid
11
watching Chainsaw Man? Get him out of here.
because they're 11-year-olds. We watch shit we shouldn't have been
I
watching when we were
know.
11-year-olds. Okay,
I know, but it's still like
I know. Okay, I should not have been watching Plastic Little when I was 16, but I did.
I shouldn't have
Okay.
been watching panties and
Penny and
stockings
stocking
when I was like 12.
yeah, shaking your hand, yes. But like she got to a point where she would like kind of just like dropped out of it. She just dropped out of it, and I think this was also like when lockdown like first started too, so she
Mhm.
wasn't going to cons or anything, and she just hated all of the stuff, and she just like she started drawing for herself. She
Mhm.
started drawing pages and pages and pages of like Naruto ship art, of like
Mhm.
Yu-Gi-Oh art and stuff
The
like
stuff that
that.
she wanted.
And she never showed it to anybody. Like
Mm.
nobody. She has this folder with like literally gigs of drawings she has never shown anybody. And she's like, that was the best decision I ever made in my
Yeah.
life.
Just
And
make the stuff
yeah,
for you.
and you know what? It made her find her passion again, and she got a job working at an animation studio, and she's able to quit her paralegal job.
Yay! I love
Now,
when a story has
obviously,
a happy ending.
the animation industry is having its problems and
Yeah.
everything, but it's like the moral of the story here is that she was doing art for an audience of one, which was her,
Mhm.
and it's important to do that. And like
Yes.
she was making up for a lot of lost time. But I've had to do that too. Like, I've made art like for myself. I have written things I've never shown people. I
Mhm.
have drawn things I've never shown people. I've made like videos I've never shown people. Today, I was looking through my YouTube channel and I found videos I shot in 2010 that for myself that were like that
Mhm.
I'm like these suck. These are thoroughly embarrassing. But
I'm
it
glad
was what I
you're glad you made them.
I'm glad I made them. I'm glad I fucking made them
Mhm.
because I wanted them to exist. And now they exist. And it's like that's just a step on my art journey, you know?
Mhm.
Oh, I drink some water. So, it is crucial to draw things that nobody will ever see. It is critical that you do that because that's how you know you're doing it for you.
Yes.
Ah. I'm worked up tonight. Holy
Yeah. I need to
shit.
do that more. I feel like partially that is like what VTubing is for me, because it's like
Mhm.
I have like a full-time job. It is not a creative job at all. It's like not in any sort of creative field whatsoever.
Mhm.
But I am still a creative artistic person, and like I like my job in the way fact that it gives me enough time that I can still work on stuff on the side. I'm like,
Mhm.
I, because it's like I have feelings about my job. Some of them are not the most positive, but
Mhm.
I don't have any current plans to leave it because I like the fact that there are some jobs that could possibly be in comparison slightly more fulfilling, but they would probably wear me out more and I wouldn't have that much time to do other
Yep.
side things. And so
Yep.
like I like my current job in the fact that it's like it's kind of dull, but I have energy at the end of the day.
Hold on. I am that is how I feel about my job. Cuz with my job, and this is how I felt like about like my previous jobs I've had too. People have asked me, "Hey, how's the job going?" And the one thing I've said is I don't think about my job when I clock out.
And that's so nice. It's so
It's
nice to have a job that
so
you don't think
good.
about.
It's so good because it's like, when I was working from home, I was like, okay, I clock out, I close my laptop, I turn my chair 90 degrees to good screen,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, cool, I'm gonna work on VTuber stuff now.
Yep.
And so it's like, yeah, that's what my stream is to me too, because it's like it's so disconnected from my job. Sometimes some things like bleed in, it's like I'm willing to bet that if people have like seen me like on other people's streams and my stream and stuff like that, you could probably piece together what my job is.
Mm-hmm.
And if you figured it out, don't say anything, be cool about it. All right, you just get to be part of the club.
Mm-hmm.
All right, don't worry about it. The fact that I talk about Linux is just one of many things. Just keep it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but I have that separation. I never, ever, ever, ever would have had that separation if I did art as a career.
Yes.
If
exactly.
I did art as a career, I would have never gotten into VTubing.
Mm-hmm.
I never would have done it because the line would have been blurred
Carbohydrate
too much.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna hydrate. Hi, Sheeber.
Yeah, that's something that I've talked about with my mom before. Because I'm home, so she can see that like I clearly do not want to like log into work. And so she's like brought up, I was like, have you ever thought about like maybe, investigating something else? But I'm like, no, because I like the fact that my job is so not, it's like, my job is not like pointless or whatever. I'm like, I'm doing something so terrible. I'm making bombs for babies every day. Like, like, I think
sorry.
it's like, a job that I could feel like, okay, I'm doing something good. But it's like, it's so creatively unfulfilling. And I need it to be that. Because if I made my creative passions my career, it would just become another source of stress.
Yeah. It's like then it's like you never get to separate the two. You never get to separate your it from your life. And that's it. Yeah, like Kirkley said there, you need that separation. You really need that separation.
Yeah, like the work your dream and never work a day in your life is a freaking lie.
It is a lie.
It's a lie. If you turn your passion into your work, it just becomes another form of stress. It is so nice and useful to have a passion outside of what decides whether or not you eat.
It's something I think about as well is if you're going to start anything as a career or as like a business or something like that, think about what the worst day on the job is. Think about what your worst day on the job will be. And it's like, can you handle that? Like, imagine the worst, like, and also just like, think about it, it's like, is this something that you will do every single day without question? Because for art with me, I need a break. From time to time, I need a break where I don't pick up a pencil. Like I've been doing a thing, and I've been doing a thing recently, and Aud and Lily have been keeping me honest on this, and I'm keeping them honest about stuff with this. Or it's like I draw every day. I've started doing a thing where it's like, whether it's like a tiny sketch or like something big, like what I'm working on tonight, I draw every day. because I want to keep in practice with it. Just like with them, I remind them, hey, did you write today? Which, by the way, I'm going to remind Odd about that.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Oh shit, I was supposed to do some recording. Yeah, whatever. I'll get to it later. This was important.
Mhm.
But so it's like, I think about it, it's like, if I have had plenty of bad days like at
Mhm.
work, I've plenty of bad days like at retail because
Yeah.
I worked retail for a fucking decade. Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen, I graduated college in 2006, and then like I never made it into animation. I spent the better part of a decade not trying to break into the industry, which meant I spent the better part of a decade working retail.
That's
Um,
rough.
It really fucking was. The roughest was working two jobs at once, two retail jobs at once at Kmart and Office Depot, and working Black Friday at both stores on the
Oh
same day.
no.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare.
Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
Oh my gosh. That's a nightmare.
It was. And let me tell you, I never at those jobs, at all those jobs, I never had a job where I made more than $12 an hour.
Mhm.
It sucked. It sucked that even working full time, I still like could not afford an apartment on my own. Are you all right? I am now. Like, that is the thing. This
That's
is
in the
me.
past.
That is me, like, a while ago. I have not worked retail since June 2020, actually. Like, I was working at a clothing store in 2019 into 2020, and then, lockdown happened. And then they made me go back to work, and I worked one shift for 4 hours, and I came home and I immediately had to take a 2-hour nap because my anxiety was through the roof.
Mhm.
Because this is June 2020 in Florida, which is,
Nightmare.
which was the virus pit, let me tell you. Like, so I literally, like, but it's like I had to go back to work because otherwise I wasn't going to get my unemployment that I was getting.
Mhm.
But I literally got a diagnosis from my whatever. I'm fine with this. I literally got an anxiety diagnosis from my therapist to say that, like, hey, Ashley literally can't come to work. Their
Mhm.
anxiety is through the fucking roof. And that was enough. And it's like, that was my excuse for it. And like, either they didn't file something properly at the job or something like that, but it's like I was able to claim unemployment, even though I technically, my job was open again or whatever. I still was able to claim unemployment, so I was good. And
Nice.
that's when I took my time to study and get certified and get a different job that I could work from home from.
Yay.
So I completely lost track of it here, but yeah, I am better now. I am working a job where I've made more money than any other job I've had before. I'm living somewhere safe, and my hobby is literally my favorite thing.
Mhm.
Like, streaming is literally my favorite thing right now, and it makes me happy every time I do it.
Yay.
And is I think I really underestimated how much of an accomplishment that is for me.
Yeah. And I feel like this is just like also just kind of general lessons just in general for life. It's just like stick with it. You will get to a point in your life where you feel happy and satisfied. And it might
Hold
take
on.
time, but
I mean,
but you will get there.
It took me a while because it's like, you know how old I am, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. It took me a while to get to this fucking point, but I'm glad I'm here. It was rough, but I got here.
This
Oh no, their leg! Ah! Oh no, their leg! It's covered in pollen. No, no! Ah, bee stole it. Bee stole the leg. No.
Flies off with it.
No.
Flies off with your fucking leg.
No.
Where's this? This is over here.
How did I get on retail? What was it? Whatever. We were talking about jobs. Talking about like how, like, you know, the thing of like, love your job, never work a day in your life. It's
Nah,
bullshit.
it's bullshit.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Have something you love that isn't your job and do that.
Like,
your hobbies should be your passion. Your job should be what puts food on the table.
exactly. It's like, you know, maybe if we lived in a system where making money was not so crucially important, there was a difference between whether or not you could live inside a house and eat, and it was something that you could actually like take the time to muster up the passion for, then yeah, maybe you should make your main profession something that you're passionate for. Because we live in a system where the expectation is that you have to do this thing every single day, regardless of whether or not you feel inspired or passionate about it. Pick something you can do.
This is one of the primary reasons I'm such a big supporter of universal basic income.
Yeah.
I like it's like, if I'm a one issue voter, it's that one, but nobody's pushing it. So
it's just like,
but if someone was going to implement that, I would be there because like that is one of the biggest things that I think will help a lot of people. It will not solve all of our problems, not by a long shot, but it will help a lot of people.
It would make so many people so much happier with their lives.
Yep. It would give people time to recover. It would let people leave jobs that they hate, and it would make jobs have to make conditions favorable so that people will work for them.
Yes.
You know? It will give people back agency over their lives.
They will have their lives again. They can actually. So the thing is, that's funny is that there's like a lot of jobs out there that I feel like people think that if there wasn't the incentive of like you have to do this or you starve was not there, then like no one would do it. But I'm like, there have been so many people say it was like, oh yeah, if like you didn't make the conditions like, whereas like I've seen so many people, it's like, if I could sit at the cash register and if someone berated me, I could blow them up with a nuke, like I would happily work as a cashier. Like, if you just, it's like, it's not something fundamentally wrong with the actual job itself. If you made the conditions bearable and I like was able to, because it's like, there's the two biggest problems with like working a retail job is that one, the conditions are terrible, and two, you don't get paid enough. So you're going to leave to try to get a better paid job eventually. But if you didn't have to worry about whether or not you could eat and whether or not someone could just like say a slur to your face and you would not be able to do anything about it, like there's so many people who say like, oh yeah, I would happily do that.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, I would sit and ring someone up if it was a requirement that everyone had to be respectful to me when they talk to me, and like there wasn't like things made arbitrarily hard, like I wasn't allowed to sit because Americans for some reason think that a cashier sitting is perceived as being lazy.
God, that fucking steams
It's
me
so
every time
insane.
I fucking hear it. Oh my God, I hate that shit so much. Get on all these level, folks.
Yes. Oh yeah, that reminds me. This is like literally all the way back into the beginning of the stream. But
yes,
when everyone played Fucked Up in the Crib, it's so funny because so many of those off-brand names I recognize as being Aldi brand.
Yeah, no, I know. Like I know where I can get Dr. Perky.
It's
okay,
so funny.
I have seen Dr. Perky in real life.
Like I know you Millville toaster tarts. Like anytime I see Millville, I'm like, oh, Aldi bread.
I know what toaster tarts are. Yep. uh God, that was really funny. We just did it 3 times in a row.
The callback. Yeah, I meant to mention that at the beginning. I was just like, I just find it so funny that I recognize so many of those brands as being Aldi.
Mm-hmm.
Aldi is like the king of like
Discount grocery stores.
they're like the king of discount grocery stores, but they're also like the king of like their like branding and their product design being so close but legally distinct from the brand name. Like I've never seen any store brand do it better than Aldi.
They fly close to the sun with it.
They're so close. Like the logo design, the product design, it looks so close where it's like if it was a place that actually like had the store brands, it would probably piss a lot of people off. But like if you're at Aldi, you know that you're buying the store brand stuff. So it's like you're not mad. You're like, oh, I accidentally got the freaking Millville toaster tarts when I meant to get the Pop Tarts. But it's like you're going to Aldi because you're getting the off-brand stuff.
Aldi doesn't have name brand shit there. It's like 2% of their shit is name brand.
Yes, they will like very occasionally will have like name brand like Oreos, or maybe sometimes they'll have actual Doritos, but for the most part it's like store brand, and that's why they can sell their stuff for so cheap. Yes. I brought this up before with my mom, is that like Aldi and Trader Joe's are literally the same business model, but like for some reason Trader Joe's has made it seem that like buying Trader Joe's is like an upgrade. Where it's like, oh, I'm getting Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is special, and like they have these special snacks. Well, Aldi, it's like, oh, I'm buying at Aldi because I'm broke.
Trader Joe's, like, okay, this is embarrassing to admit. There was a period of time where, to me, Trader Joe's and Whole Foods were the same place. And I'm like, that's not right.
But that's
not
thing,
right.
Is that Trader Joe's almost does try to make it seem like it's a Whole Foods, but it's affordable. But it's like it tries to make its stuff seem like it's like higher quality than name brand
marketing, baby.
While like Aldi is just like, oh, you're getting our stuff because our prices are good. While like Trader Joe's almost makes it seem like, ooh, you're getting our like gourmet organic stuff. I would say the Trader Joe's snacks are pretty good. Ashley, do you have a Trader Joe's near you that you could theoretically go to at some point?
Hold on.
Because I have a certain product that I need to vouch for because it's insanely good.
Give me a second here. There's a Trader Joe's 15 minutes away from me.
That's not bad. I
see where it is.
The product that I'm about to vouch for you is worth a 30-minute round trip, and I'm not even joking.
Okay.
You need to get the Chantilly buttercream vanilla sheet cake. Chantilly. I will see if I can find it. Literally, I'm not joking when I say it is the best store-bought cake that I've ever had. That it's it's so good. It has real vanilla bean. The frosting tastes like actual like butter and cream and like vanilla bean. And the cake is like so moist. It's so good.
What's the occasion I could think of for getting a cake?
Being a special little lad. What occasion do you need? Get a cake because you want a freaking cake.
That's true. I am a glutton. I am a glutton, and I do live by myself.
Get a cake because it's good.
That's okay. Let me see here.
It is.
Oh, good. It's a picture of it. Here we go. Oh, it's a mini sheet cake. Oh, I thought it
Yes.
was like a full size sheet cake.
No, you can easily eat this in like 1 or 2 sittings.
Oh yeah. This is we need 2 sittings. This is like
Well, I have a bird stomach, so.
well, hey, well, as stated previously, I am a glutton. So I would eat this. I would demolish this fucking thing.
So good.
Let's see here. 1 pound 2 ounces. Yeah, come on, that's a meal. That's that's like we're having cake for dinner, folks.
I'm gonna link in chat. Also, you all need to get this cake. If
All
you
right.
have a Trader Joe's like reasonably close to you, you need to get this cake.
Let's see here. Oh, they're closed right now. Oh man. Okay, yeah, it's going to have to be a deliberate trip to go to this one because this one closes at 9 p.m. So yeah, no, I will figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll go on a Saturday if I have to.
If you go early, it's not too bad.
Okay, here's an honest question.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do your regular grocery shopping at Trader Joe's?
No, I do not do my regular grocery shopping at Trader Joe's. I will say the Trader Joe's closest to me is not that close. It's like it's about like 15 minutes away.
Okay.
But there's like a couple of things for Trader Joe's that I really like. This cake being one of them. Also, their frozen orange chicken is delicious. That I will occasionally make designated trips to get.
I mean, okay, so I do know that Trader Joe's like frozen stuff is pretty good.
Their frozen food is good. Mm-hmm.
And it's like I'm in a position right now where I kind of need frozen food because I really don't have a lot of time to cook nowadays.
Do you have an oven?
I do have an oven. Yeah. What
frozen
I don't
orange chicken.
Yeah. Wait. You're asking me, do I have an oven? And you also know I don't have a microwave. If I said I don't have an oven, you're going to be like, how do you cook your food?
I was going to be very concerned for you. That's all I would say. I would be very scared.
If I didn't have an oven, that means that like the only thing I have is a hot plate. Which is like actually some really small apartments literally only have that. Oh god.
Oven out the colds.
Yeah, in cold hot eat the food. Yes. But yeah, I do have an oven. So what is it you were going to recommend?
The frozen orange chicken from Trader Joe's is incredibly good. Like, I'm trying to think, because I've had a couple of things from Trader Joe's, and like their frozen food is good. Their Indian food is okay. They all kind of blend in if you get a few different variations. Their lamb vindaloo is pretty good. Their portions are kind of small. Trying to think if there's really any other. I don't get any of their Tex-Mex because Tex-Mex is so easy. I'll just make that from scratch.
I feel you on that.
Yeah. And it's like their frozen food, their other frozen foods, they're good and I'll eat them and I won't be upset about it. But the only frozen food that I can think of that I would make a designated trip to Trader Joe's for to stock up in my freezer and buy like 3 bags at a time is the frozen orange chicken.
I mean, you're selling me pretty good on it.
It's really good.
Okay, so So here's the thing, like I'm thinking about with it, because like the reason I ask about like can you do like your regular shopping there,
Mhm.
it's because like I kind of want to. I kind of have time to. I had time to like make like one like really like major like grocery trip,
Mhm.
and I don't mind making like a longer one because there's a grocery store that's close to me.
Mhm.
It's small. It kind of sucks. Like it
Mm.
has like I can get groceries. I can get the meat. I can get cereal. I can get chips. I can all that stuff. I can get all of that. But the selection is rather limited there. It's
Uh-huh.
just like okay, I just want to. It's also one of those stores where it's either like a 5 minute walk or a 30-second drive to get to it. So it's like
Mhm.
more like 10 minutes to walk to get there, and it's like, well, then do I really want to haul all that back?
Right.
Over the winter, I made one critical error of walking, of like, yeah, I'll walk there and I'll get my groceries, and I got too much, and I was walking, having to stop and catch my breath every like 20
Oh
feet.
no.
Also, it was hilly. It's
Oh
hilly in my
no.
area, so
Yeah.
it's like I had to go up and down that. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
god,
yeah, yeah.
my entire upper body and shoulders were
Yeah,
destroyed
because
when
it's
I got
like
home.
before I moved to my current location, our old place, we did have a grocery store that was walking distance. And it's like, yeah, it's nice having a store that's like walking distance, but you do have to very much like know what you're going to get and only get those things.
Yeah, exactly. Um, but like, so there is like another one of like the chain of this store that's like about like a 10-15 minute drive away.
Mm-hmm.
And I will make that drive from time to time because it's like, okay, they have better selection there.
Mm-hmm.
They have different pastas. I can get an actual like 6 pack of bagels from the bakery there.
Mm-hmm.
I can, they have this is a very me thing. They have different energy drinks there.
Yeah.
you know, but it's like I feel like I can actually like, get stuff there, and it's like an actual like nice shopping trip, even though it's a bit of a
Gotcha.
distance to drive there. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind making a longer trip to Trader Joe's in order to get stuff. The problem lies in the fact that my current grocery list that I have up on the whiteboard on my fridge has things like trash bags, dish soap, sponges, and it's like
Oh,
I can't get those at
yeah.
Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
And
So like
therein lies the rub,
yeah, so like maybe not this week.
Yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
sometime soon, but maybe
Yeah,
not right away.
it's like I'm at a point now where it's like I go and get groceries like roughly like once a week, but it's like I'll do like a big week where it's like, okay, this is a big boy check, and I
Mm-hmm.
get a bunch of stuff and everything. And then like the next week is like, okay, this is a maintenance one. I want to get some eggs. I just need to get a half gallon of milk. I just gotta
Yeah.
get like a couple of things here. Oh, I ran out of cilantro. I was gonna make something with that. Let me get some cilantro.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
and
All
a
no,
trip
go
like
ahead.
that,
Mm-hmm.
a trip like that is like I could walk to the grocery store near me and get that stuff, and it's not a
Yeah.
big deal. And then I get a slice of pizza on the way home.
Yeah.
You know,
Aldi or Trader Joe's is again as someone in chat, I forget who, sorry, but um had mentioned Aldi and Trader Joe's are very similar stores.
hmm
The different vibes between them is just all branding and like advertisement, but like they have like the basics, but they don't have like household stuff. Like you
yes,
said, like
yes,
like dish soap and like
yeah,
paper towels. They really do just have like groceries.
yeah. I can't get like some body wash there.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
Like
I'm gonna have to make a special trip for
it's
like
like they
somewhere else for
really
that.
do just have food. They don't really have like household items the way that most bigger grocery stores have. So
hmm
like if that's on your list, then you should probably just go to a regular grocery store instead of, trying to make two trips
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Um but if there's any time where you just have like eggs, salt, flour, really basic grocery trip stuff, get it from Trader Joe's
And
and
then
get the Get the
Get a
frozen
sheet
orange.
cake treat.
Yes, and get the chantilly sheet cake, and get the frozen orange chicken, and get like 3 bags. And because they're frozen, so you can just have them. If you have the freezer space, you can just have them in the freezer, and those will be like, because I mean, it depends. I personally would make them like half a bag at a time because they're decent sized bags. So like if you get 3 bags, that's like 4 meals that are just ready for you, like for however long it takes you to get through them, and they just sit in your freezer.
Do you typically just like make some rice to go?
I
with
usually
them,
make
or-
some rice. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's. I figured
Yeah.
that was
If I'm feeling special, I will make the fried rice because I do make fried rice as well. But like if I'm feeling like I just want to get food in my stomach, I will usually just make white rice.
I'm at a point right now where like a lot, more often than not, it's like I just need some calories right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know,
So
it's like I get home from work, and it's like a difference between like, okay, I'm leaving work. Am I making some food when I get home, or am I stopping at Taco Bell?
mm-hmm.
And there have been more stops at Taco Bell than I care to admit recently.
Do you have a rice cooker?
Yes, I do.
Yes, base.
It's a very basic rice cooker. It's like the
That's all you
$20
need.
one.
That's all you need.
Yeah, it's the $20 one where it's like you throw the switch, it goes, and then the switch pops up when it's done.
Mm-hmm. That's what I have.
Kind of sort of have thought about getting a different one, like one of the ones where like you can like saute onions in it ahead of time and everything, or like because that would be a little more convenient for me.
If I could recommend, I'm sorry, I will say I don't like brand loyalty. This is coming not from me being a shill, but from me saying this really is one of the best brands that I've ever experienced with comes to rice cookers. Zisharuji.
How do you spell that?
I don't know. I don't even think I pronounced it right. I just know there's like a Z and it's a U and a J and a G.
Yep,
and
I found it. I approximated it, and there we go. Okay, yeah, these are the. Yeah, no, they have an Amazon page. Yeah, these are the ones that are like have digital displays and shit on them.
Yeah.
Katja, this is $300.
The big ones.
Katja, these are $200.
Listen, can I tell you that we had a rice cooker that only just recently died, and it was like 25 years old, and it made a perfect pot of rice up until the day it died. It literally died peacefully in its sleep because it was like, it didn't like start going or getting like fritzy. It literally made a perfect pot of rice, and then the next time my mom tried to use it, it didn't turn on.
Oh.
And then, but it worked perfect up until it. But like the ones that we have is just, I have one of the like really simple, just single button ones. I don't think it was $200.
No, I scrolled down the page, and like there's a 3-cup, very basic like switch one that's $50.
Yeah.
So.
I think we have the one that's like that, but it's 6 cups. And that was like $80, I think.
Right here it says it's normally 75, but it's on sale for 65. So
yeah,
I would not need a 6-cup like that. That's too much rice for little old me.
Yeah,
well, I'm not little old, but
but you are a single person.
I am a single person. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the one that we have, and the one that we had was literally just this one, but the 10-cup version, because we used to be a family of 7, and now it's just me and my mom. So of course we needed the big one, but now we went to the small one, and it's like that thing literally worked perfect up until it just didn't turn on one day, and it was that thing was almost as old as I was. I wish I was joking.
No, it tracks. You saying it was 25 years old. So.
Yeah, it was funny because like one of the things is that like my mom is a very graceless gift receiver. She doesn't like you like spending money on her. Like if you buy her something, she'll always be like, "Why did you buy me this?" And so like my dad bought her that like, you know, years ago, and she was like, "Why did you get like the big fancy brand? I don't need this." 25 years later, she's like, "Oh, I understand now."
I get it.
I get it. That thing cooked a perfect pot of rice until the day it died.
Hey, Sheburger mentioned Tiger brand rice cooker, and I looked one up. Hey, this has roses printed on it.
Aww.
This is so cute looking.
The funniest thing is that the Zishuruji, it has a version of the rice cooker that has flowers on it, and it's like the same size as the one that I got, and it's like twice as more expensive for no good reason. And I was like, I can't justify this. It's cuter, but I can't justify this. It's really significantly more expensive with no added features, and it's the exact same size. It's just like, oh, it is cute. I just found it.
Yeah. I sent you the link in DMs, but
oh, I just googled.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We found it. But yeah, no, I'm looking at this. I'm like, I don't need a rice cooker, but maybe I need a rice cooker. Because I was like, you know,
it's really cute.
Listen. You go to Target, everything is like gunmetal gray there. Okay. And I know you, Katja.
Mm-hmm.
You love pastels. You like things to have colors.
Yes.
And you absolutely would want something like this.
Yes.
Like to have colors or designs on them, you know. Oh, God. All right. Holy shit, it's almost 11.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Yeah, you were going for almost 5 hours, and I've been here for 3 of them.
I think we need to close up stream, find someone to raid.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to tell you, hey, you should stop streaming, but
I would literally have not been rigging for the past 3 minutes. I've literally just been dancing with them like this.
Yeah, no, like... you would play with once again playing with JPEGs like dolls while you were talking. Yeah,
so it's just like.
But no, I got some progress done on my thing, and even though like it technically was done, I'm redrawing some parts, but it's like. No, I made a lot of progress on this thing. So y'all look forward to it sometime this month. Please be ready. Please wait warmly for it. All right, find someone to raid.
I think we're going to raid Jackson.
Okay.
Because that's the thing whenever I go. The funniest thing is that, like, because I tend to watch morning streams, most of the people that I'm like really friendly with are morning streamers. So like most of the people that stream the same time I do, are like, I'm just like, oh, they seem cool. But it's like most of the time, like my like real like friends are like not streaming when I'm streaming.
Oh my God, fine. I'll start streaming more at night. You don't have to do that. All right. All right, get us to H out of here.
Yeah.
All right, say goodbye to your audience.
I was stretching.
I thought that was just your way of communicating with them.
Oh yeah. we talk Gleep Glorp here.
So true.
But yeah, thank you all so much for Denise keeping me company. Thank you so much, Ashley. This was really fun. We had a lot of very nice discussions.
Yes. I will try and drop by whenever I can.
I really appreciate it. I will see about squeezing another stream this week. We might start Pikmin, because I know our next goal is to start Pikmin 4. That we might do that probably not tomorrow, maybe Thursday or Friday. But for sure, definitely drop by on Saturday, because that's when I'm going to be re-debuting with my new 3D model.
I will be there.
Yay! So I hope to see you all there, and I'm going to try to stream another time this week, but we'll see. But either way, I appreciate y'all so much for coming, and I will see you all another time. And bye bye.